Welcome everybody to another great day of LCK Summer 2017. We're joining you once again live at SPO TV at the Nexon Arena. It is me, Valdez, joined by Crumbs once again. How are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling extra good about this matchup. Two teams that normally you wouldn't think would be very exciting to watch, but Ever versus MVP today. I think that these teams are really coming up together, and we're going to have a great set of League of Legends today.
Yeah, I'm very excited. You know, people were wondering how Ever8 is going to do joining into the league. Are they going to be able to really compete with the top-level LCK teams? Well, so far they have taken a loss against Afrika, but they look like, especially in the mid lane, in the jungle, that they definitely do have kind of this carry, a couple of carry positions for them to try to bring them into, you know, the LCK level here.
Yes, Septed and Malrang have been really exceptional, but I think for me the big story is the new name that you're going to see on the screen right there, Comeback. Who is Comeback? And, well, none other than KT Hachani. This guy is one of the most storied players of all time. He used to be on KT Roster, actually won 2014 Summer Split a while back. You saw him as a familiar face in the European LCS under Vitality. Really had a very rough time over there, but joined Ever8, decided to change his name, and has really been kind of helping them out in finding their groove. And I think that's really what's made the difference for this team to look from a challenger team that you would have expected to be the last place team in the LCK to a team that actually gave a run for their money in their last matchup. And so today he's going to be the starting support, and Hachani the support that normally you see him face checking and being very criticized. But if you watch his plays, if you watch his plays closely, if the team has trust in him and you follow him through, very aggressive plays, and can lead to very positive results. I'm really excited to see what this guy can bring to the table.
Yeah, there definitely is a story building here between these two teams of support versus support. Hachani making his literal comeback, changing his name to Comeback. How can he do today up against Max, one of these guys, the support players in LCK that has a huge story behind them, playing so many different champions, probably the deepest champion pool of any support we have here in
the
LCK.
Guy went straight into his bag, brings out Blitzcrank out of all things in match one, and Blitzcrank has actually seen a surge in the LCK today, and in solo queue you see him. He's been such a powerful pick throughout all the entirety of League of Legends and Korean solo queue, and now we finally get to see this pick really make waves in LCK, and such an interesting champion to watch because the hook mechanic is really like the biggest thing he can bring, but when it's done right, oh, it's satisfying.
It's a very obvious thing too for the viewers. It's like, okay, we got him.
Yes.
You know, the giant hook when the big, you know, you knock him up, he gets blown up immediately. Very exciting to watch. And there's another story bringing here about MVP. You know, they did get 4th place last split in spring. But in their first showing here, they got the win, but it was a bit shaky. You know, they weren't really playing together as a team. It looked like they had perhaps some communication issues. Are they going to show up tonight and actually pull it together up against Ever8?
Yeah, their game 1 against JNR wasn't too exciting, but they did bring it back 2 games in a row. But it is the first game of the LCK, so lots of teams dropping the ball early on, but we can really expect them to ramp up here and start to show the prowess that you expect out of an LCK game.
Well, guys, we're jumping straight into ban phase for game number 1. We are going to start off with a Galio ban here for Ever8.
And Jace, I want to make a comment on this pick. That Jace is not just a top lane Jace, not just a jungle Jace, but in the Challenger Series for Korea, Malrang has actually been playing the jungle Jace. So it's a very powerful flex pick that you just want to get rid of it. It's such a strong presence in every single role that you put him in, and you just don't want to deal with it because, let's be honest, who has practice against Jace jungle?
Yeah, it's definitely something you want to make sure that you take away if it's a special pick, especially for someone like Malrang, one of the 2 bus drivers, as they say on Ever8, him and Sep did really pulling it together.
And the Elise, a very powerful pick right now. Just overall easy to first pick, makes every other champion that you pick be a little bit stronger on the damage front because she brings that CC, because she brings that early game in. If you can just get past that early stage of the game, the snowballing potential that you currently have when you think about adding Herald to the mix is so powerful that the only team we've seen really use it to somewhat of a decent effect was Samsung. And as these teams progress and the league goes on, we're going to see a lot better use of the Herald and triple jungle ban. I know it's weird to say that Jace is going to be a jungle ban, but yes, that is considered a jungle ban, but they are going to be giving up the Syndra to Septed. Now, this guy's Syndra was immaculate, one of the most one of the most exciting up-and-coming players right now. You heard in an interview with Cuvee that if Septid really puts in the work, he can really get to the top as one of the best mid laners in LCK right now. And such a young player that it's really refreshing to see so much emphasis being given to him and just let him have that first pick. MVP
Ian fighting, waiting for you in Taiwan, China. But yeah, I mean, that's a very good point that you make, but I'm sure that MVP knows that the Syndra was coming. When you target Malrang so much and you leave Septid's biggest pick, or one of his biggest picks at least, alone, then you know that MVP has to have something coming, some kind of counter. You know, there's lots of options left over. You got Echo, Fizz, even Ahri, something that Faker's played a lot against Syndra.
You could even go as far as a Zed if they really want to. However, with Graves, kind of an iffy pick. We did see BDD blind that Zed pick so far, but Syndra's not a champion that comes without any weaknesses. Quite immobile, so any help that you can assist her in getting out of sticky situations will be very important. And I gotta wonder that the Thresh is one of the picks that has really been coming up and about in this new patch, and it helps great with assisting Syndra's weaknesses, also setting up lots of picks very early on. Now, what is Hachani going to bring out now? It's hard to call him Hachani. He is comeback, so we will keep calling him as comeback, but the Olaf will be most likely the pick that gets locked in, and a lot of upfront damage, lots of beefiness coming out from Ever8, and already a really scary composition on their lineup.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that they pick up one of the other very competitive jungle picks, especially with all the jungle bans that we already have and the jungle pick by MVP. They want to make sure that other jungle picks do not get banned out in the second phase. And still no Thresh. We're going to have Ashe coming out here too, another very competitive AD pick right now. Her and Varus, kind of these big pick ADs. They have that ultimate ability to pick off one member.
Exactly. They offer a lot of utility with the vision, their ability to engage and start a fight out of nowhere. Whoa, that is a very risky pick early on. Now, Kassadin does have an easy time escaping the likes of Olaf later in the game, but early on, this matchup into Syndra is not an easy one by any means, so lots of pressure into the mid lane, and MVP saying if they can whittle the storm, they can have a fighting chance here, but I imagine that Sept is not really going to give him any breathing room. You see him having an Ignite hovered over here in his summoner spells, and Ian, I am very curious to see what he's going to bring out. The Doran Shield on Kassadin is a pick that helps him get out of laning phase a little bit easier, but still a very risky pick.
I'm sure that's probably the idea, you know, pick up the Doran Shield, just try to sustain, play it safe, but even with the Graves jungle too, you know, a jungle that really just wants to farm, sit back, maybe counter gank a couple of times, but not going to be camping your lane, helping you out, pushing you forward, doing stuff like that, so.
Exactly, pre-level 6 is going to be quite difficult to really go ahead and pressure the Syndra, and it's going to be the Tahm Kench ban. I love this ban right now. It's a very strong pick, not only for denying Syndra's ultimate, but also denying the Ashe arrow. So I like to pick up here, understanding the weaknesses of the composition that Ever8 has drafted and making sure that they ban appropriately so that they're set up for success when the mid-game rolls around and they're starting to look for picks.
I'm curious to see what Max is going to pull out of his bag of tricks now. Tahm Kench seemed like the obvious answer, as you were talking about. Will we see another support ban?
I actually think Bard is going to be the best pick for Max here. Not only will Bard be a great use for zoning out the Syndra, getting some nice picks, but against Olaf, the disengage for using Tunnel, really just escaping the champion that just runs straight at you in a line. So the Bard makes a lot of sense for me. He did play it in game 1 in the first week, and so it would not surprise me. And ADD going back to Sejuani, that's 4 games in a row of Sejuani. Well, this man just cannot get enough of the
Look at the smile on his face, too. He's like, haha, they didn't ban my Sejuani. I'll just play it again. And definitely one, if not the only, top laner to really consistently pick this up. And we weren't super impressed when we first saw it, but it does offer a bunch of CC, and it's ultra tanky.
It's his new Scion. It does offer a beefy front line and some engage, which does make sense with the lineup that they have so far, which is just pure damage, a little bit of engage, but Sejuani is going to make some sense in the mid and late game, and the Shen will be picked up. So you already know what Ever is trying to do. Just go straight to the bot lane. No forgiveness, just pure punishment with Ashe arrow, the stand united, the Olaf just diving right away, and the denial. Could it be?
I was going to say, that would be really smart from them. You were talking about the Bard. to have a counter pick, but they will go with the very standard Thresh.
Makes sense. It's a great pick all around, just so solid, and I love the picks from Ever8 here. Super solid team composition, lots of flexibility. They have late game, they have split pushing, they can group for picks, and what is MVP going to round this out?
What?
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Max is like, no, what do you mean playing safe? I'm just going to grab him and kill the Ash before she even has a chance to engage.
And Blitzcrank is your X factor. You really don't know what to expect out of this pick. He can go so many things. You can disrupt the early game. You can pick people left, right, and center. Your flash is such a powerful tool, and it really just is going to be up to him as to what he can make work on this composition. Because when you look at it on paper, you would give the advantage to Ever, but the X factor of Max's Blitzcrank, it did get banned by Janair after the success that he had in his first series. So the double hooking lane in the bottom lane, going to see a lot of action down there. And with the double teleport from MVP, we might just see a lot of 5-mans in the bottom lane that no AD carry is going to be too stoked about.
This is going to be a pretty ridiculous game. I'm already excited. Should be very, very action-packed. In the bot lane, as you were talking about, we might even see some pressure mid from Ever8, trying to get that Kassadin behind. And man, you could call that Blitzcrank the max factor at this point. No one else is playing it, so it's basically his champion.
And the cool thing about the champions, why we know it's going to be action-packed, is that these picks, Thresh and Blitzcrank, they can't really just say, oh, we're just going to harass. You hook, and that's an all-in already. You're going in for the fight. You know what you're getting into when you're picking these picks, and both teams understand this. Let's get into it then.
Yeah, looks like we're just getting one last final look at the compositions, as we've been talking about lots of engage, lots of action throughout the game, beyond on another pick that kind of goes towards the late game. Again, we can talk about that a little bit later, but either way, guys, here's the lineup. Let's jump into game number one right away. It's going to be Ever8 versus MVP. Let's jump onto the Rift.
And we're going to see some action right away. Look at these two teams just both running straight for each other. Olaf has such an advantage in this early game, though. Oh, man, what he showed.
Here we go. They're going to check the brush. The immediate knockup onto two members. Maha has to flash away. Flash forward here from Comeback, and there's that first blood going over to Olaf already, and they're still on the chase. Beyond, he's going to get pulled back with the play. That's a 2-0 for Ever8.
You never fight level 1 against Olaf, the best level 1 champion. Undertows just doing so much work there in the flays, and such a tremendous advantage just to who you didn't want the advantage to go to. The two carries from Ever, Malrang and Septed, both get first kills, and
wow,
just the beautiful start from Ever.
It's just, as you were saying, the face check against level 1 Thresh Olaf. You're not going to have a good time.
It's the Hachani factor. Somebody has to face check in this game. If he's not going to do it, then the enemy team will.
It's just his aura, man. It's the comeback. He's forcing the enemy team to face check instead of himself.
And a great way to do so. You know, he's a shot caller, so making the right call is understanding where MVP might strike, and Ian not going to have a good time here. No flash on the Kassadin, so he's going to have to play it real safe level 6, and we expect to see a CS advantage coming at it from Septed just because of that level 1.
Yeah, interesting to see that Septed, he did pick up just the control ward. Looks like perhaps an extra biscuit. Not much else.
The experience advantage will make the difference here. Hitting that level 2 sooner, hitting the level 6 sooner, they're all going to amount to a lot of pressure. And you can see just how far back Ian has to play in this matchup. And he's really going to need a lot of help from beyond to at least scout out Malrang or put some pressure onto the map. And Malrang will be going for an invade here. There is pressure onto the bottom lane, so it makes sense. And this could be a very risky invade or very risky blue buff for MVP.
See how this goes. He's actually going to start the blue buff here. Beyond has no idea. Malrang now is going to find him here. Comeback is coming on in. And the red buff is sticking on to Beyond, who is forced to just run away. Look at Septed with his push. He gets to the blue buff first. There is no way for MVP to contest this, and that's going to be the blue buff going over to Malrang.
And I love this focus from Ever onto the jungler. They understand that if you just let these lanes lane and do their thing, they will get advantages. The Graves, even though he's not the greatest pick to salvage a lane, he can influence them. So by targeting this pick already. We can see just the effect that it's going to have onto his matchup. Now that he used the dash, he could be in trouble, and we'll just have to run out of his jungle.
Look at that, the axe too, right onto Beyond, and this is going to be totally taken away. Poor Beyond, man, he is so far behind.
Just insult to injury on this. He's going to have to recall, go back to the doubles, and Malrang just having such free reign as a result of his lanes, just having such a dominating level 1.
You can even see in the top lane that
the pings are going for the doubles. They don't want Oh, he's not going for it.
Okay, just gonna take it easy for now. But to add to our Doran's shield count, we have 5 in this game. Double up in top, of course. Kassadin has to take it against the Syndra, and then both 80 carries going to pick that up.
And the thing is, that invade with the Doran shield, even though, sure, they will let the laners survive, the invade that Ever did resulted in double control wards going down onto the blue side for MVP. And that just means that they have Beyond's number to a T here. He's going to not be able to jungle out of sight for a very long time, and it's really obnoxious when you're in that position because every move that you make, you see the enemies react to it, and you're just wondering, what can I do? What can I do that will at least get me an advantage or that my team can not be exploited out of this situation? And it seems like the answer is just none because he's just in sight the entire time. He can't go anywhere without ever knowing.
Yeah, it's like the playing against Samsung effect where they just know where you are at all times. And it's definitely going to be a rough start here for MVP. They are already about 1,500 gold behind at just 4 minutes into the game, so pretty rough. I'd like to bring some attention to the mid lane, though. Even though Ian was facing against the, the kill onto the Syndra very early on, he's keeping up in CS, and he still has his teleport, so didn't even need to use that to get back in the lane because he was getting harassed out. So far, Ian doing a pretty nice job.
It's that Doran shield really doing a lot of work for him and keeping him in lane. It helps with the last hitting as well, so it's just such an overall fantastic item. I really just can't complain about it. And it makes these champions that can scale really effective, and you wonder what build is Ian going to go for, because he clearly has the components for the Catalyst so far, and he could be in there. Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, man.
He's so done.
He saw this coming, too. He was a little bit too far up the lane. He's even going to flash, which is very surprising to me. Helper is going to flash on over as well.
Here's comeback, though. And the easy hook. Gets a kill for Septid, and it's just such a nice alley-oop onto him. And now Ian, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble now. Even though the items are still the experience and CS is still the same, the item advantage is very clearly in the advantage of Septid. Having that tome completed just to the components of a Catalyst for the Kassadin.
Yeah, pretty rough spot here. Septid already building up the stacks in this game. Was able to pick up that item quite soon after. This very easy lane.
And the teleport from ADD here in the top side signals that help that Ever will be trying to make moves once again in the bottom side of the map. They will have Ash Arrow online very soon, and with the Stand United, the ability to just dive anybody is just so easy.
The flash coming in here, he ultimates to begin, and you were talking about this action coming on in. Beyond is super dead. 4-on-1 action. Not what MVP wanted to see.
You do not see that in League of Legends often. That's for another site.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go just get control of that blue buff once again. Teleport gets blown, and they just get that kill onto Beyond for their troubles. But any advantage that Ever can get is a good advantage for them. And ADD will have to just run with this tail between. It's like, do boars have tails? I think they do have tails.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, tails. Little waggly tails.
Yeah. Can't really see it below all that armor, but I love with the lead that Ever8 got, how they're focusing Beyond so much too. Not just because it's a good idea, but because the player in their first match up against Jin Air, you saw Ian playing a lot of Karma actually, and a lot of these damage carries from Beyond instead. So now he's getting behind on the Graves. It's going to take him a much longer time to actually scale up to that late game.
It's going to be near impossible for him. The build that he's going to have to go for will be changed. He's just going to have to play so far back that he has to respect pretty much every damage source from Ever at this point, and not the position you want to be in as a Graves.
I think Duel is going to be looking for an arrow here because Comeback, or Hatani, he roams so much. Ashe hit level 6 very soon, and they definitely could set something up here.
It would be really risky right now because the jungler and mid laner just base, but they base at the same time, and that's that synergy that you expect out of this mid and jungles duo. It's so important to base at the same time because you get back onto the map, you get your vision well timed properly, and you can make the most out of your plays, out of the items that you just acquired. So really like that stuff from the dual lane. If you ever want to play and improve your teamwork, try to base together. Dual lane basing together, you and whoever you want to be working with, base at the same time, and the results will follow soon after.
You don't have to play Zyra Khan to be able to base at the same time. That's just an interesting part of their duo. But we see both junglers actually coming into the bot lane now. Still no level 6 for either of the supports.
But it's a little easier for MVP now because they have cleared out a lot of their vision. They put mostly defensive wards onto their side, so they're just trying to get some control back into the game. They're not trying to make aggressive moves. They're just trying to survive. And in the meantime, Malrang will be in the river trying to look for somebody. Max, oh, he gets hooked though.
Oh, we have the teleport coming in from Ian, actually. They will follow up the arrow onto him, but Max is going to go down. Comeback is still alive, even with that damage coming out. Look at that, Ian in the mid lane actually got chunked down. Nice snipe there by Maha. Maybe a mistake by Comeback to be following too close. They will trade that 1-for-1.
But the 1-for-1 benefits Ever even more because of the pressure they have in the mid lane. Ian has to base, and he doesn't have teleport right now, so mid lane turret is about to go down, or at least getting some chunk. Half HP at 10 minutes is a very big deal, and Beyond's not going to be able to do a whole lot to defend this turret. And ooh, are they going to commit to it? It's a little bit risky, so they'll just back off, but one more wave will do it, and taking down a mid lane turret this early on will just open the map for Ever so much that with the Ashe Arrow and Stand United, we can expect more incredibly aggressive plays out of Ever.
Max looking to make a play here in the mid lane. Will be pushed back. Stand United joining on in. Can they actually land the taunts here? No, just out of range. Max will actually get the follow-up hook here. Helper trying to flash away. It looks like he will survive, but at least they do get that flash.
Not a big fan of that Stand United. I really prefer the ones that are a little bit more aggressive. I think they were expecting the hook to hit, but it's a very tough moment to communicate to Sept that, hey, get hooked by the Blitzcrank. We got your back on this. And then we'll take another look at that one right there. The hook hits onto Max, and even though the teleport comes through, the Olaf just does so much damage right now. Level 7, and with the ultimate, his AD goes through the roof. But a huge snipe there from Maha will allow them to trade 1-for-1, and it's anything that MVP can get, they'll be happy with. So in the end, they see it as a victory, but the mid lane damage was really what made the difference here for Ever.
Blue buff going to be handed on over to Septed, who once again looks to be the bus driver in this game. 3-0-1, has nearly the most farm in the game, actually tied with his AD carry in the bot lane, but has a nice juicy wave in mid. Malrang also doing quite well.
And he's looking to get some stacks. He's already got 4 going under his belt, so maybe at some point he will plan to upgrade to a Magi. In the team composition that he's in, oh, good hook.
Really nice snipe. There's no follow-up, though, as Maha was in the lane, but Comeback going to respect, doesn't really know the positioning on Beyond, so just wants to flash that wall.
And this roam from Helper will allow them to secure this tier 1 mid lane, and great move there, understanding that they can just get the mid lane turret if somebody just shows up.
Okay, they're going to commit to that, and even Beyond almost dies. And coming on in now is ADD. He wants to freeze up. Remember, Malrang does get frozen up, but again, it's only them two. They have the CC, but this is the story of Sejuani. It's like, uses his ultimate, and then there's just no damage.
There's just not enough damage from Ian early on. The Kassadin, usually the biggest spike for Kassadin is level 16 when he gets that 3rd rank of ultimate where he can just be such a ridiculous presence. With the level 1 Rift Walk, the cooldown is just so long. He doesn't have enough damage because he hasn't really built any, and he is going to be going for that Rod of Ages, meaning that he's going to take even longer to scale. And this is just going to be an attempt on the Helper or Intercepted, but just look at how much damage from the ultimate. Oh, that Syndra just... Man, you really wonder why this champion has been this strong for this long.
Well, I have to question the flash from Beyond, too. I mean, he wanted to make sure that no follow-up Q could come out of Septed, but Septed was already running away. He could not stick around. And either way, it just looks like MVP trying to scramble around and get a little bit desperate for picks, but nothing really happening so far.
It's a tough position to be in. You really don't plan to start at level 1, 0-2 with Achilles going to the jungler and mid laner at the same time. So they're really making the most out of this one. They're kind of trying to stall out, but just the champions that they've drafted make it very difficult to play from a position when they're behind because there's little wave clear if Graves and Varus aren't there. So Kassadin really needs to be relegated to the side lanes, but he's just not strong enough to do so yet. Maybe at level 11 we'll see him swap out, but for now he's still stuck in the mid lane laning against Septed.
Yeah, we'll probably see MVP hoping that Ever8 doesn't know how to finish out these games. If this were SKT, you know, everybody likes to say this, the best macro team right now in the world. They'd just be pushing bot, getting another turret, going top, getting another turret. We haven't really seen any big rotations after the mid lane turret went down. Looks like they're thinking about taking that Ocean Drake, but still no big moves by Ever8, and Comeback is going to get hooked again. And this time it will amount to a kill.
Comeback really just showing his old self here, getting hooked twice already. First time had to burn the flash, second time gets picked off. A great move from Beyond, and every pick that MVP get will stall out the game further. And now they're considering maybe even going for an Ocean Drake here. Even though when you're in this position, you really want to start getting some gold back into your team. Ocean Dragon's nothing to scoff at, so a good comeback starting from MVP here. And there is Stand United still from Helper, but that pick will allow them to stall enough for their teleports, at least Ian's to come back, and just another easy pick right there. Oh,
that's
kind of blind, but nonetheless, still a great hook there from Max.
That's what you would expect out of Max. We've said it many times, ADD and Max are kind of the carries here for MVP. Ian, he just tries to get fed and then carry a little bit later, but Max and ADD, they do the really hard carrying early on, and you can already see that Blitzcrank pick paying off.
Some fighting around Herald, perhaps.
Poor Herald.
He's so dead.
Oh yeah, that's you land that hook with a 3-0 Cinder right next to you.
He didn't even need to ult probably. I think just Q and W would have done the deal.
Now ADD, he wanted to get a bit frisky, and Malrong is coming up here. They're thinking about the dive. Max will come up and support. That means no dive.
But in the meantime, ping's going on to the bottom lane. There is a Stand United, so Ever can switch their attention so quickly because of the composition to just go to the bottom lane now because of that Stand United. And so while they're unable to get that tier 1 top lane, they can position for securing that tier 2. So if they have proper vision coverage, then this could be a very aggressive move from them that will be a tier 1 bottom.
At the same time, we do see Septed going for a recall. Looks like she had a lot of money saved up, actually getting that Morellonomicon right away.
Yeah, they're just not feeling it today, so they will just back off. They did just get a Herald, so now it's going to be a matter of where do they decide to use it.
Yep.
Olaf does have it.
I like that idea. You know, you have so much money saved up, and you did just get the Rift Herald, so you want to make sure that you're as bought up as possible. Everybody can base and get ready for that push.
You gotta spend it. Money's no use in the bank, right? You die at the end of your life and you got $1 million, you're gonna have a whole lot of regret in heaven.
Well, Max and Maha actually sitting on a control ward. They were thinking about making something happen.
It's a telegraph play. They don't know that ADD is here, but they are aware that he does have teleport. There is a ward in the back brush for MVP, and it does get pinged right now. They are thinking about it. Kassadin is out of vision. We might get a fight very soon. Oh, we're about to get it because Herald did get popped, so Ever is committing for this tower.
They should be able to get it. Well, it's going to be close.
Herald.
This first hit is going to do a ton of damage. Can they actually follow it up, though, is the question. Doesn't look like it. That will be taken out, so just chunking that bottom turret. It was a very telegraphed play by even Ever8 afterwards, just getting everybody down there in the bot lane. MVP read it, and that's going to be another not-so-glorious Rift Herald push.
Poor Herald just getting such a bad reputation. Just such a strong... What are you... Being? Is it just
being?
a strong objective?
Woman.
It's an objective. So, no. I'm not objectifying you. Listen, I'm trying to figure out what it actually is, but it is an objective. But it will not even get a tier 1 that was already at half HP, so just really poor usage of it.
She never wanted to be part of any of this fighting anyway.
Yeah. She just wanted to die in the next minute and 30 seconds, or minute 45.
She wanted to go home, wherever she goes. Poor Harold.
Goes back to Baron. She fuses with Baron.
It's a interesting mechanic.
But they're still going to be able to get this tier 1, just a 4-man push on it, and really not too necessary to send this many people still.
Yeah. It's like everybody and their mother's coming down. Helper is there in spirit. Will have the ultimate and even the teleport, so pretty much a full man bottom tower take there.
But right now, Ever just need to be looking to pick a fight because of how spiked Syndra is. She's just completed 3 items. Sork Shoes, Haunting Guys, Morella Namikon, 4-0-1. She can just pop anybody so quickly, and there's not a whole lot of magic resistance on every member just yet. So keeping Syndra alive will be the key to winning this mid game for Ever, and it's pretty easy when you're considering that you have heal on her, you've got Stand United, you've got a Lantern. She's really strong in levels as well. 4 levels over max, even though Comeback is also level 8. It is as a result of dying a fair share of times.
Yeah, and it definitely goes back to the Tom Kench ban and the fact that the very offensive Blitzcrank pick was picked by MVP, by Max, and they just decided to try to get more aggressive. But after you get that far behind, Blitzcrank, it's gotten a couple of picks onto Comeback, but that's about it. There's no protection for if Maha or Beyond get caught, and they're extremely squishy. As you said, not a lot of MR built right now. You see how much Beyond is getting chunked down earlier on in the jungle.
And even though Septed is very strong, Blitzcrank is that champion that is just a game-winning pick. He can always win you the game, no matter what position you're in. Pick after pick can result in anything from Baron to inhibitors to just game-winning pushes, and so they always have to respect it. And Ever need to really acquire some good vision because they don't want to get hooked over walls like Max has hooked Comeback twice already. And MVP understands this. They're looking to get control in the red side jungle now that Baron is the objective post 20 minutes. They can secure it. They have Shen, Olaf to tank this objective, and making sure that they have some sort of control in this area will allow them to look for some more picks. And they just love brushes here, just taking the Fnatic cue from Season 2, maybe even Season 1 if you go that far back. But some people don't really count that as a season.
Well, they're still chilling in the brush here. There's a wild boar chase down in bot, but actually they seemingly give up. Okay, finally Malrong's going to come down here, but immediately the rotation from MVP will come down, so no kills just yet from either side. And this is just a Cloud Drake, like you were saying. You know, the Cloud Drake, not a big deal. The Baron, a huge deal. And it seems like both teams are actually really contesting the Cloud Drake as of now.
It's not a big deal, but Ever doesn't feel comfortable making the moves. Why? Because they just don't have any vision. MVP has done a very good job of keeping their defensive vision in check. You can see that triple control ward in the bot side. It just got moved to the further up, but you've got Merc Trez on casting. That's why you go for this pick when you have a Thresh, when you have an Ashe, Shen, even the Syndra. Merc Trez make such a world of difference on this pick, making it a little bit tankier and allowing him to stay in the fight and put himself in a little bit of more dangerous situations just because he knows he can escape very quickly. And he's already level 13. The later this game goes, the better things will be for MVP.
So MVP going to start up this Cloud Drake. There's absolutely no pressure from Ever8. They have no, well, they do have vision of the pit, but seems like a bunch of people just recalling right there, so they don't have the potential to even contest that. And I mean, I like the rotations from Ever8 to take out every tier 1 turret, but they've all been a bit clunky. You know, they send 4 people down into bot lane to take out a super weak turret, and then they kind of just awkwardly run around. You know, as you were saying, no one's placing wards, no one's pushing other lanes, putting pressure elsewhere. And I think that's becoming a problem for them right now.
Exactly. You're bringing up the point of vision, and Ashe just can't go for arrows if she doesn't know who's there to follow up or who she can actually arrow. There's no deep vision, and Ever is just going to be bleeding and kind of lost in this mid game. MVP just setting up into that 1-3-1 right now. Still nobody in the mid lane, but giving free reign to Ian is not what you want to be doing, because as this Kassadin gets stronger and stronger, he will have the ability to delete single targets. And Ever only has 2 carries in this lineup. If Syndra or Ashe go down, the fight most likely will go MVP's way just because they have more DPS. Ashe is not your high DPS AD carry. She's typically just your utility. It's only until the very later stages in the game where she's got her Infinity Edge, if she chooses to go that build, where she will be capable of just melting people. But for now, more of a utility pick.
Yeah. It's a great point you make about, you know, Kassadin being able to blow up picks. I mean, Ian's sitting at 0-0-0. He hasn't really fed much, but he hasn't really been fed much either, but he will eventually get there. And you look at the defensive items comparatively between the mid laners, you know, Rod of Ages, Merc Treads for Kassadin, but absolutely no defensive items here for Syndra.
Because the thing is, think about the way that MVP will try to engage. They will obviously target the carries, and so you have Kassadin that can go in, and without the magic resist that you bring up, he most likely can get a target down to maybe 40, 50% damage HP. But then you have Varus that can follow from very far away with a piercing arrow. He can follow with his spells, and then you have Graves with the collateral damage to really just put the hurt on the backline. And if they can execute it properly and eliminate a target before a Stand United comes through, or just even through the shields, then they have a really good chance at this game. And so I'm worried about Ever's plan here to accelerate this game. They have to be pushing the Baron and really trying to make moves onto this map. Otherwise, they are going to get outscaled.
Where's the pressure with the 401 Syndra? I mean, when you see Samsung super ahead on blue side, the entire red side of MVP would be lit up like a Christmas tree right now.
Yeah.
But right now, MVP has total control of the red side. There's no pressure towards the Baron. They can see the Baron right now.
Where's the press at, bro? There's none of it happening, and they're just giving up all their vision. They're not grouped up, and Ashe may be looking for an arrow here. Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
there it is.
This is what we're talking about. Like, they could have done that 5 minutes ago.
It's just that easy. It's just that easy. That should be the tagline for Syndra. When you go to the store, you want to buy Syndra, it's just that easy.
Okay, so it looks like they're thinking about finally going for the Baron now. And they're going to start it.
Good move here. There is no smite, so they can just choose to finish it if they so desire.
A big hook onto Comeback, who is sitting on a ward. And Stand United, I mean,
Baron
they're delaying.
Yeah, this is good for forever. They will just get a freebie.
Okay, Helper might even survive. Looks like the Sejuani ult does come out, but Helper does survive, so nobody actually dies.
He lives.
What?
He lived. He's based in the red.
Look at that. Okay, so nobody dies, and they get the Baron. Definitely a big move there for Ever8.
They didn't even have to get vision for that pick. They just saw one guy point, click, delete, and look at that. W into stun.
One stun?
Didn't even. I don't think the W even hit.
The W, the 2Q, nothing hit except the ult and the stun, I think. And that's all you need. As we said before, both Beyond and Maha are extremely squishy to the fed Syndra. All you got to do is hit them.
Syndra is just the jungler's nightmare. You gank her, and you're almost certainly going to trade at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Just press R. It's just that easy.
It's like the new Karthus, but for a single target.
Yeah. Sitting at the most farm in the game as well at 280 at 26 minutes even, which is really impressive. 5-0-1, has had immense presence in this game. I just wish they had kind of accelerated a little bit earlier.
But it is 26 minutes in a 6,000 gold lead. They are in a good position. There is a teleport onto Helper here if they so desire, but they need to start looking at turrets here. The wave clear from MVP, most likely not going to be too crazy dealing with these Baron minions, but there's nobody in a position to hook them. They're just going on that boar chase again, the Sejuani just being so appealing for them. By the way, boar, I understand what they're chasing. One of the most delicious meats I have ever eaten.
Really?
Oh yeah, that and capybaras actually.
I've never tasted boar myself. We've discussed this out here in Korea. I'm not the most adventurous eater, but Crumbs definitely is.
Capybaras, man. It's called chiwire. It's actually absolutely delicious. Maybe one day I'll show it to you, but Sejuani is still looking for some engages, but look at how far back Comeback is playing. He understands that he's on Lantern duty here, and being so far back makes the engage from MVP just very dubious as to where do they go in, who do they engage on? Are they going to get lanterned out? Do they even have the damage to go for it? And the answer seems to be no for pretty much anything, as they give up another top lane turret, and there's going to be 2 cannon minions onto this wave. So
This is massive. You were talking about the lack of wave clear too. The Kassadin not really able to offer much. The arrow is going to sail wide. It might not even matter. Hook also misses. Teleport coming in, but the turret is going to die as the teleport is canceled. Look at the position right now of ADD. Nowhere in sight, and there is no defense of that top inhibitor. Will go down as Ever8 begins to push their advantage.
Just a complete freebie and a great use of the teleport from Helper, stalling out that creep, saying we are committing for this. You need to either fight us now or you give this turret up, and they give it up. But as a result, not only do they get a teleport advantage because of the Stand United, they also get ADD's teleport, which means that he now doesn't have the option of flanking for an engage. So MVP has to completely reassess how they want to take these fights out, and it's going to be Sejuani having to do some sort of fancy footwork around Ever to try to get a good ultimate.
Seemingly, in a weird way, MVP has had total control over these dragons up until now. It looks like perhaps Ever8 wants to put on the pressure now. Here comes Olaf coming on in. You can see how tanky Sejuani is, but that was kind of their war dance, saying, okay, this is our dragon, get the hell out of here. You don't want to fight us. But actually, as I say that, the blast forward from Max, he is going to hook the Olaf, but immediately he gets melted. ADD, doesn't matter how tanky he is. Ever8 just way too far ahead, almost 10,000 gold. Going to pick up 2 kills, the Infernal Drake. Let's see where they go from here.
There's just no chance for a fight to be won head-on for MVP at this stage in the game. The 5-man group from Ever is just too strong. Ideally, you want to be flanking from multiple sides on Ever, looking for picks, but the level 1, the way that Ever played, they're looking to just close out this game very early on. 2 inhibitors down in under 30 minutes. They're just going to do a casual recall here, and all they need to do is just base, go for that bot lane turret, and this should just be the final couple of minutes for MVP in this game.
So I remember saying in the pick ban phase, I'm like, oh, this is going to be really smart from MVP. They give the Syndra to Ever8, but they've got a counter, right? Well, it seemed like Kassadin was the counter. I understand that 2 kills were given over to Ever8 before even the minions spawned, but at the same time, sitting at 6-0-1 and totally dominating the game, I wouldn't be surprised to see Syndra banned next time.
Absolutely. I mean, it was banned in the previous series against Septet after he showed 1 game, and I actually thought it would just be a perma ban from then on out just because of how effective he was at it. But we'll take another look right here. This is probably one of the worst blitz flashes I've seen in a while. He's going to flash hook Olaf into the team. I know he's looking for Ashe, but he does a great job of body blocking, and when you have Olaf there, just not a good time. But I want to bring light to another issue that we can accept that this game is over, but take a look at the build from Maha here. He went Essence Reaver into Hurricane into QSS. And while the QSS makes sense when you're dealing with Syndra and Ashe, when you're this far behind, you never go with defensive. You always need to be building damage, because when you're behind, that means that your DPS isn't there. So you really need to increase your chances to be able to punish a mistake from the enemy. But if you have defensive tools on your side, your ability to punish goes down tremendously. And so when that build goes through, it's just a complete signal that the chances of MVP winning a fight go from slim to absolutely none.
It was kind of funny to watch.
Oh, the TP here, though.
Okay, they're going to come on in. Kassadin coming from behind, looking to engage on in here. They actually do get a member. Can't actually see who that is in the fight, but they will take out Syndra before this fight even goes down. Duel in the backline, though, is able to do enough damage. Was protected for quite a while. They do trade 1 for 1, but still the push continues. Lots of members of MVP still very low, and they have to save their Nexus turrets.
It's a 1 for 1, but it doesn't matter because of the double inhib pouring into the base. It's 10-3, 3rd inhibitor going down, and they still have Duel very alive, still with Flash, just happily shooting out arrows, but they will not be able to commit for another push. The 30-second spawn timer from Ian is too short for them to try to do anything, as well as 4 very alive members from MVP. And now, 20 seconds onto the Baron is a site that Ever has. All they need to do is secure Baron. 3 inhibitors will still be up, and once that Baron goes through, it'll surely be the end of the game.
We got the zoom in here as Olaf. Malrang has been doing quite well, even after so many jungle bans against him. We're going to take a look at this replay.
It's surprising how that ultimate was threaded through the tanks and was able to hit Septet. To be fair, that's actually the first time I think I've seen Sejuani ultimate actually hit the intended target. So
yeah.
Good for him to really hit that skill shot. But in the end, a fight that not only shouldn't have happened, as you saw how Malrang and Helper are aware that they just need to be blocking ultimates, but they do get the objective in the end, and that's really all that matters. It's a little bit unwise to try to force this objective without pressure just yet. There is a chance of a steal. All they have to do is just wait for the minion waves, but they're not going to wait at all. They're going to give MVP a little bit of leeway. They recognize the situation and just keep stalling out. First inhib spawns, however. They just need to get some vision before they do this.
Well, they're going to have comeback push on forward, and they do have a little bit of vision, but you can see Beyond up there in the top right. He's hanging around. It's really going to be his sacrifice, but even then,
there should be no risk in this play. A Baron here would be awful for Ever if they give that away, so they need to be very careful with this. And, yep, great secure.
There you go, and the arrow's going to hit Ian even, but with the Merc Treads, he's able to get out of there. Helper in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Maha on the right side has got an Olaf on his back. Sejuani just disappears. Didn't even see that one. Meanwhile, the Nexus going down. Beyond finally will be able to pick up another kill, but it's not going to matter.
Nice. Oh, wow. Comeback's on fire in this fight. Hooks onto the Raptor, hits Maha once again, hooks into Beyond, and this is going to be the end of the game. The Baron coming in, and Ever8, pretty solid game one.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Able to finally get that early lead into the late game, and it looks like Max will survive at the end, but there it is. GG Ever8 takes game number 1.
Comeback there, super excited. It's kind of weird to have to refer to him as Comeback when he's been known as Hachani for 5 years, but
he's making his comeback, you know?
Exactly, he is making a comeback, so there was a lot of direction there for Ever. Even though there was a little bit of a lull in the mid game without that vision, it did look very hopeful for them. It was very promising change of pace for Ever, being able to really put the pedal to the metal. However, I am interested to see how will this team play out in a position where not only is the level 1 not tremendously in their favor, but when MVP drafts a composition that's a little bit more relevant right now. Graves is not the strongest pick as of this moment. He did receive a little bit of tweaks to his early game. Doesn't offer too much pressure, and the combination of just Graves and Kassadin is probably one of the worst combos to go for when you're trying to survive into a lane as difficult as it is as Syndra.
Look at Septid, totally relaxed. He's like, yeah, everybody get on my bus. I'll carry you on. They're going to get a pat on the back from the coach, a little grin, and he seemingly had the most comfortable game of his life. That was a pretty insane Syndra play. He did die once at the end, a pretty insane Sejuani ult, but either way, this is what really got the ball rolling.
The story of the game. You face check into one of the strongest level 1s in the game. Shen, Thresh, and Olaf out of all picks. Just Undertow melts through the entire lineup. The endless slows, and 2 kills in level 1 is probably the worst outcome you could ever hope for, that you can never really prepare for. So really good stuff from Ever being able to take that advantage and close out. It would be very worrisome if they would not be able to win that game from that level 1.
It was kind of a funny chase. ADD thought maybe he could suicide on the turret, but comeback was there. A very early roam from him. Definitely making his presence known throughout the beginning.
This one was sick. Flash, unleash power, stand united, doesn't even land the hook, just everybody trying to get Beyond. He doesn't even get the chance to participate in that fight, and oh jeez.
Pretty sick hooks from comeback all game long.
Just so much damage. Let's stun.
Yeah, that's a stun, guys. Into the unlimited power. I'm curious to see how comeback gets out of this one.
So I think he just walks into the brush.
They just let him go.
He's like, you're free to go.
We want Helper. We want the Baron.
We'll allow it.
Oh, with the Baron recall.
Check it. They don't even allow. They don't even check. They're like, yeah, all right, okay.
You can see Max had the scanner, but just barely missed. But either way, the result coming in looks very one-sided for Ever8. Obviously, the early double kill going over to both Malrang and Septid. You can see the crazy damage from Syndra throughout this game.
As it was one-sided. I think the level 1 was really the story, but the draft for MVP, I think that's the thing that they can really take away from this one. Is this a draft that they want to go for? Do they really want to allow Syndra to go through once again? Are they really looking to go with a no wave clear composition from the mid lane and just go for a 1-3-1 like that? That isn't really the most effective composition on 1-3-1. Typically, you see it with maybe a Fiora as well, just a lot of pressure as opposed to a team fighter like Sejuani. But overall, Game 2 most likely will be quite different from Game 1.
Yeah, you can see a lot of discussion going on here in the booth as they talk about what exactly went wrong, how they can mix up the pick ban. They're probably talking about pick ban for the next game as well.
What went wrong? Where do we begin? Actually, from the first
minute one,
from the first 3 bans when you didn't ban Syndra.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true as well. But either way, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to LCK Summer here at SPO TV. We did just have Ever8 taking a pretty dominant win over MVP in game number 1. They had an amazing level 1 play. I think we might get a replay of that. No, we're just going to take a look at the MVP instead. Is going to be Septed, who went 8-2-2 at a really dominant game.
Very deserved here. Quite surprising to see him get Syndra, to be fair. But he did get it, and he did show up once again, just making a case for why this champion should be pretty much perma-banned against him, and I expect it to be banned for the rest of the series for however many games it goes.
Yeah, and you look at the other champions that they banned. You know, they took away Elise, they took away Lee Sin, they took away the Jace. They were really targeting Malarong, but if you only target one guy and you don't ban out the main guy of the mid, the other bus driver here of Ever8, definitely a bit of a mistake. I think we'll see them try to mix up the ban phase here.
Especially when you leave up the Olaf. Olaf, right now, he's pretty good as a pick, to be honest. A lot of the teams like to build a lot of crowd control. So you have the Syndras, the Orianas, Italias, lots of utility on the mid lane, utility in the bottom lane coming through a lot, and in the top lane tanks, which opens up for a lot of just damage and kind of run at you champions like Olaf. And consider that with 7.10, you have Gargoyle Stoneplate, which is the item that tanks received after they lost the Guardian Angel, that magic resist, that armor, and that huge buff to HP, armor, and resistances that Olaf really benefits from, because the true damage doesn't really get reduced from that, and so it makes a lot of sense. But we will be getting into picks and bans right away, or right now. We were in it.
Okay, there you go. We did it. Okay, well, they're going to start off with the Jace ban again. And if they ban the same 3, I'd be a little bit scared. I mean, Ian, he's played Syndra before.
At least they
so
can first pick Syndra, yeah. So it's a little bit more viable to do those 3 bans on the blue side, but there's Zach left. There's still Elise that maybe they won't be banning it. They can play it themselves. So
the Thresh, you know, you open up Ever8 to get a pretty sick bot lane with their first 2 picks if you leave that up. And all eyes on MVP right now.
And so we were talking before the game as to why Zach would be banned, say if you're on blue side, say red side. So one of the interesting things about Zach is that, or a champion like him that is so often banned, is that a lot of times not only will junglers not have the champion practice because it's always banned in solo queue and during scrims, but because it doesn't really synergize very well with what the strategy that they would be doing. So for example, if Septed has really been the main carry in scrims for a while, you want him to shine. And if Zach isn't a champion that synergizes well with the champions that your main carry has been synergizing with, it doesn't make sense to pick the champion. So you ban it and make sure that the guy that you're going to be focusing on has an easier time in a composition that revolves around him in a way that has suited him during practice and will suit him better on stage.
It's a very good point, and we do see that banned out, plus the Elise for Ever8. Olaf was the second ban here for MVP, down to the wire, and they ban out Thresh. So Syndra is still available, but they do take away that Thresh. Still the option for Syndra to be first picked here by MVP.
But Ever, what do they say? Do they say Syndra is just super strong and we don't even want to let you have it, or do we risk it? Most likely it will go MVP's way and have an answer to it. We know that Septed can play Orianna. It's a bit of a tricky matchup into Syndra if you can get past the stage where she can just bop you, but they say no. This champion is just way too busted right now, so we are not going to let it slide. And Elise is up right now. Kennen, still one of the picks that was previously banned, and pretty much your S-tier top laner right now. Tons of pressure, and into the likes of Galio, the Blade can be quite obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, we've seen some of these quote-unquote permabans squeak through at times. We saw Zach do quite well in the past. How will the Kennen do coming in here tonight? We do see Ever8 is hovering the Galio.
And the Galio is also a flex pick. We have seen it go into the mid lane. It obviously started out as a top laner. Hell, it can even be seen as a support. So maybe Comeback plans to mount his comeback as a support Galio. You just don't know these days with what these teams are trying out. It's a new patch still. There's still the time to decide what goes where and who's really great at who. But overall, Galio is just a very strong team fighting champion that if they just choose to go for a 5-man group, then they will have a very easy time winning these fights when you have Caitlyn as your biggest DPS with such long range and such a big bully in the, or a big tank in the front line protecting her from any oncoming damage or crowd control.
So we see Caitlyn picked up here, even with Varus and Ashe still available. Definitely two of the more popular picks, but with Thresh banned, perhaps they're feeling the Caitlyn pick here. What do you think about that?
Caitlyn, it just signifies death ball. You usually see Caitlyn be ran as a death ball pick right now. Even though her laning phase is quite strong, she does go even Doran shield at times because it's so powerful. But your counterpart will also go, whoa.
Is that Max?
That's a cute little penguin. Where can I get one of those?
You got to contact the MVP team, perhaps.
Well, you know what I will be doing next. But the bottom lane from MVP, we know what they're going to be contacting, and it's going to be that Xayah, that pick that has been so prominent in the previous matches. Usually you see her be really effective when comboed with Rakan. Are they married? I think they're married, right? Husband and wife. Is that...
Don't they argue a lot, though? Like, aren't they really unhappy?
So
I guess
they are
that
married.
That makes a lot of sense in that case. Definitely builds your point, but not exactly sure she's going to be cheating on Rakan with Bard tonight, regardless.
Marriage is just helping the establishment, man. You can't put a label on love. Somebody's birthday, it seems?
It's one of the coaches of Ever8. It's his birthday. So shout out to him.
We just seem to be on a birthday streak here. Every day that we cast seems to be somebody else's birthday.
Yeah. Well, we did see the Lee Sin picked up here from Allrong, so he gets one of his big picks. Still not sure if it's going to be Septed on the Galio or if he'll play something else.
But now we get to see what Septed can play. Previously, we've only seen him on Syndra and Orianna, and both looked quite good, but now they're both banned. So what else is in his champion pool? He doesn't really seem to me like the guy you'd want to put on Galio. That seems to me more like Kuro style, somebody that you just want to be your front line, just tanking it up, being a bit of a soaker for your DPS.
A super soaker?
A super soaker. I couldn't afford that as a kid, man. I had to use water balloons.
Oh, well, those are actually more fun.
Oh, yeah. You leave a lot of bruises.
The super soakers, it's nice. It feels very satisfying when you're playing with it, when you're pulling it. You know what I'm saying, Crumbs? But when you throw the water balloon in it,
it's satisfying when I pull it, Brendan.
But when you hit someone with the water balloon, that's actually the most satisfying of all the water sports.
Well, the thing is, Jesus, we used to put.
Sarah Palma, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh my God, that's not. Hey, whatever you're into, man. But the Talia as well. So the kind of the S tier mid lane has been knocked out for Accepted. So what else is in his pool for? And it's gonna be the Galio. So he is gonna be the Galio because actually, unless
could be the Galio support.
Oh, really? Yeah, it really could be.
I don't know. As you were saying, I don't really see Septed as a guy who would be super effective on the Galio. I'd like to see on something that can actually carry from the mid lane. He is the bus driver after all. Oh, okay, look at that. We got Ivern coming up here for Beyond.
Yeah, Ivern did see a bit of a surge in Korea at MSI. They were trying to pick it up just because the Western teams were really making it work, but in 7.10, he did receive some nerfs, really making him a bit of a niche pick. And this is going to be the first time that we get to really see this champion stand out. And so far, it offers a lot of utility. So it's a bit of a wonky composition from MVP. One that, speaking of wonky.
Oh, there you go.
By the way, I'd like to point out that earlier today, I got my first pentakill on Anivia in solo queue.
It's a sign.
20 games in, got my first pentakill. Thank you very much.
You saw it coming, Crumbs.
And it wasn't ranked.
Well,
yeah,
there you
so
go.
It is going to be the Galio support for comeback. So, wow.
Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, I haven't seen too much support Galio myself.
It's a pick that is easier to get by the lane because you're paired with a Caitlyn. So your AD carry makes it a little bit easier to deal with. If you're pairing it with a bit of a tougher laner, like say the Varus that has shorter range, it might be a tougher or more punishable lane. But when you have Caitlyn that can just wave clear so effectively and stay at a safer distance, and Galio makes a lot of sense. And you can see why their first rotation was those two picks. But it will be Septed on the Cassiopeia. And when you're dealing with Anivia as your pick, it's going to be really difficult for her to get into the range. Anivia is so good at keeping you at a distance. And in order to deal with Anivia, it's really going to come down to what can Malrank do to get behind this bird and kick it into the team, and how good is going to be Helper's Equalizer to really zone out or get yourself a nice little barbecue, because I am feeling some fried chicken today as I am very hungry with the ads you just saw.
Well, you got BBQ coming up next, so if you want to see some more fried chicken, perhaps watch them get fried by SKT. But either way, guys, We do have the lineups here. Lots of differences. I mean, we're going to see Bard again for Max. Not too crazy for Max, but also, of course, the Anivia. And then we do have the support Galio coming in here. Kennen also squeaking by. Squeaking by on the band pick base. I don't even know where the
You're
boo
ready
came
to be
from.
a father, man.
But here we go, guys. These are the two lineups of both the teams. Very curious about that support Galio. See if they can make anything happen in that bottom lane, or if Bard is going to be the master of the bottom lane. Here we go, guys. Going into game number 2 of Ever8 versus MVP. There's a little bit of a delay there on the MVP cheer.
It's a dramatic pause, sort of like how Snape talks. The more time you take in between your words, the more impact it has in each one.
I see. Well.
I see you tried the technique right away.
Didn't really work out. It's okay.
I felt the impact. It was definitely more dramatic.
Well, how are you feeling about Anivia these days? You've been saying you've been playing a lot in gold.
Oh, I
right now,
absolutely
Crumbs.
love, and I can't believe you brought that up.
What's wrong with that?
That's where it placed me. All right, I went 8-2, and that's where it placed me. There was no MMR on my account. All right, I'm getting out of there. I have a like 80% win rate. All right, so
okay.
But
right. We believe you.
Let's talk about Anivia. So he's going with a Storm Raider Surge, and it is very easy to proc. You basically hit your stun, hit your E, and you're already flying away. But Anivia is very good at stalling out your game. So what they really lacked last game, which was that wave clear, they will have this time around. She just drops down her ultimate, and it's going to be very difficult for you to go for a siege. So just a tremendous amount of zone control here for MVP. And a quirky little interaction here that you might be missing out is going to be that Bard stun into the Anivia wall. So a very interesting combination that we might get to see happen will be happening. And now Malorang saying no to Beyond here, going for a straight invade, but he will get scouted out. There is no pressure onto the mid lane, so this invade might be ill-advised. Ooh,
look at the timing.
Good save on Beyond here, but Malorang with red buff does have the advantage onto him, but Kennen is looking to collapse.
He's almost letting him hit with the Q. He's delaying his time. Malorang really coming on in here. Will be taking the Wolves, and Kennen's going to stay top. Doesn't want to get too far behind either. Just going to give that one up.
You don't really want to waste your time helping out the guy that's meant for utility, right? If it was a carry jungler being invaded, typically you'd think, all right, let's help him out a little bit more. But when you're dealing with an Ivern, he's meant to just be a shield and Q bot, so not worthwhile when you are the carry.
Ooh, stun hitting here.
Yeah, see that Storm Raider Surge proccing through, just so much damage onto her. Still one of the few champions that actually has a 1-to-1 ratio on her major damage spell if you hit the Q or if you proc the Frost on her ultimate.
We're going to see Beyond actually try to come in and invade himself, putting the brush, but already the snipe coming in here. That was a little bit close.
It wouldn't have stolen it, though. Remember that Ivern can't hit jungle creeps. He's a friend of the forest, and as such, refuses to harm his little buddies. He's literally your tree-hugging science teacher.
Looks like it, too. What with the red eyes and the profile.
I had a physics teacher like that. Let me tell you, it was very difficult to understand what actually made sense in the world.
He's teaching you his own view on the world.
Oh, yeah.
What it means.
Let me tell you, a lot of it... Actually, let's just not go there. Let's just get back to the game.
All right. Yeah, EEW taking a lot of damage up top. Helper looking to get that combo
flash
here.
auto could be it. There it is.
Wow. And, I mean, ADD and Max up in the top lane, ADD himself, they've been, as I said before, the carries of MVP. We don't see them get solo killed very often. And Helper showing up big smile on his face as well.
Just not used to not being on Sejuani here at this point, thinking that perhaps the passive is going to help him out. Turns out he's Kennen, and he does go down. And this is just not the start you want to have when you're having somebody that's supposed to be a lane bully. And Kennen now is going to be in such a dangerous position. However, getting flash at a helper and saving his own means that Beyond has an opportunity to go for a gank, but actually, even if they go for a gank, I don't even think Beyond and ADD have enough damage to take down helper. Ivern is not your highest DPS guy. Maybe with Daisy and a red buff they have enough damage, but so far, this lane is definitely going to be going in the way of helper and not looking good for MVP very early on.
Yeah, bad start. This Ever8 team really coming together today. Really on their game. And it's only just one solo kill, but as you were saying, meant to be putting on the pressure. You can see that he was already taking a bit of damage, and he tries to get the combo off, but he eats so much damage from this Flame Spitter, and then does not respect the flash auto here.
It's just such an impeccable management of his fire. I keep forgetting the name of his not the energy on.
It's like his
Rumble.
overdrive or something.
Yeah, his heat on the heat, right?
Yeah.
It's a management on heat. Understanding that he had one more Flame Spitter and Electro Harpoon in him before he procs the charge, hits that extra spell.
Yeah.
And now Malrang looking for ADD, but there is no. He still has flash, so this is most likely not going to work.
Yeah. I mean, ADD. I was talking about him. If he had just flashed before Helper flashed, then he would have been totally fine. Yeah, he would have been in a bad spot, but he wouldn't have given first blood to the Rumble. But not respecting that. This ward is going to see him. Let's see if they can land this. Sonic Wave coming on forward. Lots of damage here. No red buff. And there's actually the equalizer already. Level 6 is Helper. And Malrang is still on the chase. Here's Ivern to help out. A couple of spells will bring ADD to safety. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, lots of action here. Maha is forced to flash away.
And the real winner here for this is going to be Helper because of the denial onto this minion wave. ADD still not level 6, and so he's going to find himself really far behind into this lane. So it's a great move from Malrang, knowing that Kennen was up there, going over the wall and getting some chunk. And look at the vision from MVP. Almost strictly defensive. Double control on the bottom side, a control ward in the top lane, and they just want to stall out. Luckily, they do have Anivia to go for picks. Whoa!
Trying to land that stun. He's going to be a little bit wide, and that could be Max's life. The flash forward from Septid. There's a kill. Going 1v2. Septid showing up on the cast big time as well. Max getting a little bit too aggressive.
Brother Max there helping out. Helping out Septid. Goes for a sick flash over the Glacial Storm, and picks up a kill and doesn't even die for it. However, he does trade Summoners, but that is very much worth it as he's already 13 CS up, and now Anivia is going to be in a really difficult situation. So we started off.
I mean, you were talking about that interaction, but if you miss, then there is no interaction.
Whiffed here. Such a sick play there from Septid.
If that Q hit too, that would have been a double kill going over to Ever8, and things would have got even more out of control.
But they can still stall out well. I have confidence in the Anivia stall. The pick is, because there isn't too much crazy hard engage from Ever8, the engage really will come down to Malrang trying to get a pick from over a wall or really surprising his opponents. But in the meantime, MVP really need to reassess this early game and start to get some vision back, because those control wards that they previously had have just been erased. Now it's been replaced by one on the right side from Septid. And that control and that vision that allows Septid to just move freely into the river as he's going to do now, or at least to the bottom side and go Mia, puts so much pressure onto the map that you see that MVP's dual lane is just having to roam around, just sitting back. However, he did go back to get the red buff from Ian, and so, or from Beyond, and that's one of the perks that you still have from the Ivern pick, really helping out the lanes. Not sure what Helper's feeling here. Maybe a dive?
Does have his equalizer up again. They're probably not going to expect this.
Malrang is moving here.
They had no idea. Okay, the Harpoon is going to miss, but there is the equalizer. Can they actually follow up? There's the taunt. Is there enough damage? Yes, there will be enough. Comeback actually picks up the kill.
That totally worked, and that's going to be a double. Whoa.
Okay, well, this isn't going to work out. Malrang with a bit of a mess up. In comes the... oh, boy, here comes Septid actually in the bot lane. Make that a party. 5 members of Ever8 down in the bottom lane, able to pick up 2 kills eventually.
And nothing to answer for it. ADD had not done enough damage to the top side to get that turret. The teleport from Helper does answer back, so he doesn't even lose a whole lot of CS. So a great roam for him, and Ever will walk away with first brick onto this one, just going with a complete raffle stomp of MVP right now. Is really not standing a chance. So we'll take another look at the replay here. The harpoon, the second one connects, and even though the taunt does not it does connect right at the very end, actually. Just nicely, very well timed from Comeback, actually holds the taunt to the very end.
I don't want to see the least in replay, please. Can we yeah, a bit of a mess up. If he just ulted and then queued
just goes
combo,
for the kick,
that would have been an easy
it's
kill.
Like, you know what? Get out of here.
I think he wanted to save it perhaps to do some fancy stuff onto Beyond later, but you got to secure your kills, man. Got to make sure you get 1 before you get 2.
That is some next level math, man. You got to get 1 before.
Ooh. Look at this. He's going to be grounded too. Ian, not able to flash away finally, is not even going to need it, but definitely taking a big chunk of damage.
The Storm Raid is really helping him get out of that sticky situation there. Otherwise, he most likely would have had to either flash or drop egg and die to just how much single target damage Cassiopeia can deal.
Still suffering a bit in the mid lane. Down about 16 CS once Anivia picks up this wave. Definitely not the easiest lane against this Cass. Marang has showed his face mid about 2 or 3 times, hasn't had much of an impact, but still there.
Speaking of still there, the teleport from ADD. He can make a move, and even though he doesn't have enough damage to really take down anybody, if they combo it well, they would be able to get a pick somewhere, and that's what they have to look for here. They really just to be trying to get something back onto this map, because 2-manning Helper between Ivern and Kennen, not going to cut it. 2-manning mid laner, unlikely. They really just need to have most likely a +2 advantage on whatever play they try to make, and only the teleport will really allow that, as Ivern isn't really the pick to flank anything and go around and surprise your opponents.
Let's see Septic go back. Looks like perhaps a Banshee's Veil on the way here. After that tier, definitely going to make it a bit easier to stop the combo of Anivia. Just make sure you can block the stun.
But take a look at the mini-map right here. Even though the laners are going back, there is a swap here from Ever. They're sending their dual lane to the top side to answer against Kennen, and Kennen doesn't have enough wave clear or even any stats to deal with. He's gone with magic resistance early on, and that's not going to do anything when you're dealing with Caitlyn. And Rumble, while he can wave clear decently if allowed, he does have Equalizer, so if it really comes down to it, he can stall out just so well, and this most likely will be just a +1 trade of turrets for Ever, and the Equalizer does come out, and the wave is nowhere to be seen, and so Ever really just having the tempo advantage onto this play.
It's a really good point, and I don't even think they're going to stop with the turret. I mean, Comeback coming in here, trying to make something happen. Balron coming in, but actually a duel taking a bit too much damage, and Beyond following up now is able to keep ADD safe
Max
for now.
Is on the way. They are sniffing this out, and so Malrang gets scouted. He can't get out very easily. There's Blast Cone. He's got his own vision. But in the end, no turret gets traded.
No, not quite yet. Zaya, Maha down in the bot lane is all alone up against Helper now. So not the easiest deal there. Max still hanging around the mid lane.
They're just waiting for an opportunity for somebody to slip up. If they rotate poorly, they rotate a little bit too slowly, the dives will be imminent. So now they're looking to send a 2-man to the top side once again. Maybe they can push for this turret down. They have a 2-man advantage so far, so it can be quite likely, as Ivern is still out wolf, but he isn't scouted, so they have to play it safe. They aren't aware of what's going on, and with the lead that they have, they really don't need to be going that aggressively this early on.
See Malrang hitting a creep with the Sonic Wave. Not too much follow-up from the Lee Sin in this game so far. Okay, finally he lands one, has hit Beyond, but as you were saying, they're really not going overly aggressive with this one.
They don't have to, right? When you're in this position, they are getting chunk damage on the turret every single time, so it'll just be a matter of time before they get the turret, and in the meantime, MVP will get nothing in return. So it's still a worthwhile trade for Ever to just continuously chip away at this turret, just because the response from MVP is just so poor, as they're simply trying to defend turrets as opposed to looking for a position to trade.
Well, there's zero vision over here at the Rift Herald for MVP. Ever8 has total control of this. It seems like MVP does know about this, and we'll see if they want to make a move. Brush is going to come down here from Ivern.
There is no pressure onto mid lane just yet, and the Herald did get scouted, but it will actually leash out. So it will return to its home base. She will return to her home base.
Yeah.
I think we've decided to coin Herald as Heraldine now, because she is
Heraldine?
Heraldine. She is female.
What? Who decided to coin it Heraldine?
Max and I, Atlas.
Oh, okay. I see.
Would you join?
I wasn't included in this conversation.
So you
Heraldine.
What else would you call her if it's a she?
I think Harold is a fine female name. What's wrong with Harold?
Really? It sounds so much like a herald.
I mean, that's what it is.
A man's name.
This is the first female called Harold.
So you...
I mean, it is the Rift
like a boy
Herald,
named
right?
Susan. Like a boy named Susan.
It's not called the Rift Heraldine. It's the Rift Herald. There's a reason we call it Harold.
I think Heraldine has a lot of attitude and interesting features to her. But now they're sending over a Nivea to try to defend this turret. So they're really just trying to defend this as much as possible. Oh, that's a two-man.
Oh, this could be huge, especially with the Nivea wall. No wall, but the double flash. And the stun will not connect from Anivia. So they do defend it very well, getting double flash out of the bot lane of Ever8.
Their plan is simply stall out and let's see if we can hit late game and maybe have a chance of winning these fights. But I much prefer the play of Ever being quite proactive here, even having the Rumble stay in the bottom lane, understanding that he's got teleport. There are wards in the blue buff for him to TP to in case a fight is to break out. So they're definitely in a position to react to whatever MVP keeps throwing at them. And now that Bard ultimate is down, they are in a safer position. They will start the Herald, and no answer from MVP.
This time we do have 3 members coming over here. Septid's very nearby, and even Helper is making his way up. Oh, that's going to be a huge kill onto Max here. Means no chance at the Rift Herald. Max just getting totally caught out there by Septid. Mid tower even is getting pretty low. Helper forced to flash the wall. It was very threatening, but even so, lots of objectives will be picked up here by Ever8 in the near future.
And now they're going to be able to get that tier 1 top now that Max is dead. They're looking for that tier 2 in the mid lane, and Herald's going to be able to just headbutt this one straight to death. And it's going to be a good use of it, just because taking down that first mid turret against Anivia is really important. So even though you normally would want a turret, or at least a turret and some chunking on the second one, the fact that they get it against Anivia out of all picks makes this Herald very well used.
Yeah. Not just that, it brings everybody's attention to mid lane, trying to save it. Meanwhile, Duel is able to get the top turret, so that's double turret. Now, they might even be able to find ADD here. It doesn't look like there's quite enough damage. Stun coming out onto Malrong, but will retreat safely. So lots of objectives picked up.
These picks just don't have enough damage. When the magic resistance comes out, then they really just rely on Maha to start dealing some DPS, but he's just been stuck on bot lane duty, trying to clear minions. He's moving around, and without MVP being in a position to engage very well, they don't have the ability to pick anybody off. And so all they can do is really just stall out and try to get some objective trades. And I think he goes for a flash ultimate. Yep, there it is. Easy peasy.
Well, Septid showing that he's got some spunk on other champions as well. Not just the Syndra Orianna. We're seeing his Cassiopeia come up big tonight. I mean, he's already 2-0-1. He's out CSing Ian in the mid lane by about 50. Having a fun time.
Showing that he's not just using champions that are strong, that he is in fact a very strong mid laner. And Cassiopeia is not the most popular pick right now. She had actually fallen out of the meta until Faker really brought her back at MSI, and ever since then it seems like only the really most elite players have been trying to pick her back up. And so the fact that Septid is choosing this champion to go for, really hopeful for this player's future. However, right now the adaptive helm does make Cassiopeia a little bit weaker against tanks. But there are no tanks in this game, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, or also the Dorn Shield, I suppose. You can get that passive stacking every time the poison ticks. So having a pretty good time against that if you decide to go for something like a Zed or Kassadin. Here's Ian down in bot. Septid is waiting. Nearby in the wings. Malrang going to pick up this free Ocean Drake. Looks like probably an Ocean Drake is the follow-up too. So not the most exciting Drakes we've ever seen in this series.
Well, the Dragons here are just going to be serving as an Elder buff later on in the game. But from the looks of it, Ever's playing at a pace that they most likely will not even need to make the decision between Elder and Baron.
Yeah, they're getting pretty far ahead at this point. Already 5,000 gold is the lead. Bit of a double team down here onto Septid as Max is down here with Ian. Not even really sure if that's necessary, especially with the wave clear of Ian on this Anivia.
And that right there, that trade that we just saw, is one of the reasons why Anivia is not such a hot pick right now. Because Banshee's Veil did get changed to an AP item, it makes it really difficult for Anivia to proc that Veil. You most likely have to start with your E right from the get-go, and it puts you in a position of danger where you have to just get that only proccing the Banshees off without dealing any damage, and then you can go for your stun, and then you have to wait for another cooldown of your main DPS ability. And so it's a great itemization here from Septid, knowing how he can take advantage of the new patch in order to maximize his chances into this new oddball pick from Ian.
Yeah, so Ever8 has slowed down a bit. They haven't been able to pick up any other turrets. There hasn't been any big push towards any one lane. They've just been keeping Rumble up top. Cassiopeia down bot, even without the TP. It forces Ian to stay down there to go 1v1. And we do have this Baron up right now. The Cassiopeia with the blue buff could definitely make quick work of that. She's going to take that right now.
Yeah, but this is the similar lull that we saw from Ever in game one, where in the mid game their vision wasn't exceptionally deep, and so they really slowed down a little bit with the advantages that they had in order to close out the game as promptly as possible. However, a win is a win, and here they understand that they are against Anivia, so it is a little bit tougher to deal with. But I like what they're doing, where they're keeping Anivia having to go to the bottom lane to match Cassiopeia, and they need to just be trying to pressure wherever she is, because trying to wave clear into her as the game goes on, not only does her wave clear increase because her AP and mana allow her to stay even longer, but the width of the wall make a siege that much more difficult and dangerous if you don't have any flashes.
Seems like we do have a bit of a switcheroo here as ADD does go into the bot lane and Ian takes his place up into top. Play makes sure that they can push out the top lane a bit faster if there is any move towards Baron.
And the top laners are matching, but I like the move from Ever, as you say. They're looking towards the Baron right now, so they are going to start it right away. It's going to go down really quickly as there is blue buff, but the blue trinket is on Xayah and it has yet to be used. Halfway there, it looks like Ever will be able to secure this Baron. A nice little sneak from them, doing the due diligences with the control wards, and oh, the Baron.
Yeah, they do see it. They do spot it. Malrang is exceptionally low right now, down to about 20% health. And it looks like MVP might be able to take this one, or at least take control of the Baron pit. And they do force Ever8 to stop the Baron. So nice spot there. Nice quick response, too, by MVP.
Great Tempered Fate there, really just forcing Ever to disengage from that. But now they're not in the greatest position to wave clear this minion. If they can stop Anivia from getting to the wave, but they will not push it. Ball goes out onto comeback, but nothing comes out of it. It really seems like MVP's game plan is just stall and then gamble the dice at 50 minutes, which is probably the worst game plan you could ever hope for.
Well, I mean, when you do have this Anivia, what else are you really going to do?
You always want to be proactive, and it just seems like the plan that relies on the opponent to make a mistake. They really don't seem to be making any moves of their own. And while the moves aren't really there, they used the Tempered Fate one time onto the duel and got 2 flashes for it. And you'd want to see that happen again. But the issue is that they just don't have enough damage just yet. In Xayah's build, the damage is going to be nowhere to be found for a long time because she's going with Essence Reaver, and we've seen sometimes people try it. Infinity Edge early on, and that can deal more damage. The build, I think people are still trying to experiment with it. It still hasn't been fully defined, but she will need a lot more before she's able to actually melt down through the already mounting armor that's coming out of Ever.
As time goes on as well, not just the Anivia gets farmed, but also this very annoying Kennen that MVP was able to first pick in the pick ban phase. Eventually, unless Helper is able to just get straight on into the Kennen and kind of one combo him in a way, push him back, that's going to be really annoying poke down there. I suppose the Rumble will have a bit of trouble with that a little bit later on.
You're right. The Kennen will have pressure onto the Rumble as the game progresses. His ability to just lifesteal, and now he has a wit sense, so he's going to be a little bit tankier, and maybe that's the key for them, to just try to get some chunking onto the turret wherever Kennen is, but you saw just how quickly Helper can clear these minions out, so it will take quite some time, considering that Kennen is not in the strongest position right now, and he is going for that Frozen Mallet. So I feel like until he has Mallet and then up later the Ruin King would be the time that he can really start putting pressure onto the turrets, because he can afford to take some damage from Helper in return, lifesteal back on the wave, and then just go back to hitting the turret. Similar to how Fiora plays out when she has the Bloodthirster and that Hydra.
Oh, look at this. We're going to see a play, and immediately Galio will follow up. That is one dead egg. Nice play once again by Septid, and that's huge. Taking away the Anivia. Goodbye wave clear.
What an angle on that petrifying gaze there. Just so unexpected, and Ian had no idea that was coming, and this is definitely going to be the Baron, and MVP acknowledges it and will try to trade that Dragon in response for it, but a great move from Septid. Man, this guy is on fire. Where did this guy come from? Just doing so much work here in the LCK.
Well, I wouldn't say they're putting all their eggs in one basket, but this guy is like picking up the basket by himself. He's like, these are my eggs.
There is only
I'm taking this team on a ride right now.
There is only one egg, and it just got eaten by the snake.
Exactly. Cassiopeia for Septid showing up big time. And as I said before, you take out the Anivia, goodbye wave clear. You're going to lose your top tier 2. You're going to lose your mid tier 2 with the Baron pushing minions. Huge push here by Ever8.
And then trying to answer a tier 2 of his own, but he might not have enough time with the wave, as Helper has already based to try to defend this tower. And that's going to be a matter of how do you crack the base against Anivia? Well, with the Baron, they're most likely going to have to go for a 1-3-1. A dive is almost always a risky play, even though they are 9,000 gold. If this was a scrim, you'd say, try it, let's make sure that we can get it down so that when the time comes where we have to answer this, we go for it. But yank.
What? Well, I mean, it's not 90 degrees.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's like 87 degrees.
He's the mid laner. He knows what he's doing, so he gets it. So yeah, good for him.
Good try by Ian to not get stunned by that, but a little bit unfortunate. Here comes Septid though on the chase. And Helper on the right side is going to be forced to zone this pretty early. Maha does go down though, and couple of members here caught on the bottom side, going to be knocked up by Galio. That is a 2-for-0. Another nice pick by Ever8.
Oh, he does have flash kick, but there is no follow-up. I like how he's in the base right now. Make sure that Anivia does not get to the wave, and this will be the mid inhibitor going down for Ever8. So a nice play from them, knowing what to go for. They took advantage of the crit that dual hit onto Maha right away and just did not forgive ever since.
Yeah. Like what you were saying about zoning out the Anivia, you can see that comeback and Balrog on big time duty of zoning. There's the flash kick. Max gonna disappear. Septid.
Oh, the stun hits.
He acted so vulnerable, and he gets 2 more kills after it. Nice play there. As Ever8, they're gonna push in potentially for the win now.
Taking notes out of Sun Tzu, feigning weakness when actually strong, and now this is gonna be a push for the game. They have super minions coming in from the mid lane as well as Baron empowered, and yep, that's going to be it.
Oh, Balrog. Oh, he lived. Okay, there you go. Beyond, he's on the chase. He wants that kill. He's going to be about as useless as he has been all series. And there you go, a 2-0 right here for Ever8 with 2 superstar performances by Septid.
Practically perfect game. Only a turret and a dragon, just really impressive stuff from Ever8, and I'm really excited for this team. They came out of nowhere, a team that we saw in the Challenger Series. I was like, okay, maybe they'll be the bottom place LCK team. That's what we were thinking when we came in, but game 1 that we saw last week was, wow, okay, maybe there's something to reckon with. And now, this showing against MVP, impressive stuff.
And more woes for MVP. I mean, they didn't have the easiest time against Jin Air, and coming in here against Ever8, another quote-unquote bottom-tier team, they get 0-2'd. And, man, EDD not looking too happy. Wasn't too strong on the cannon, had a rough time getting solo killed very early on in that game.
The only bottom that Ever is in now is in the bottom of my heart because I am in love with that play that they've had so far. And Septed, wow, he has been playing so well. 3 champions already, all 3 with incredible prowess. We don't even know how deep this guy's champion pool can go at this point.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of this guy's play, especially as they run into some of the stronger teams as well. They've already put up a good fight against Afrika. They take out MVP. What's next? Who is next, actually? Let me take a look at your sheet here for their next matches. They're going up against Jin Air next on Wednesday, and then on Saturday they'll face off against SKT. So that'll be their big.
Looking at Ever8's hit list at this point.
Yeah. The SKT game is going to be very interesting. See what they can do.
Well, SKT is a team that is honestly the only team in the world that they can lose pretty much an infinite amount of games and you always cut them slack. And this is that first blood that Helper got. Just no respect for the flash-empowered auto attack from Helper. Dies right away, and just the worst start you want to have for Kennen.
This was a bit embarrassing for our support mid duo, Max, trying to get that flash stun in with the wall. Doesn't work out. Septed with a very aggressive but nice play, takes out Max.
And this is a great roll from Helper here. Coming down from the lane, he did have teleport, and the taunt timing there from comeback, allowing the Xayah to stay in the red carpet for as long as possible. Get out of here. You know what? Yeah, get out.
Get out of here, okay. Well, they finally do get that kill onto Max, even though it took a little bit of time.
It's just a Septed highlight reel at this point.
This guy was totally on fire. I mean, he, again, a superstar performance in the mid lane, twice in a row.
3 times now.
Yeah, see, that's like 87 degrees, so I guess that's hitting the front.
Get your protractors out. I didn't even remember that word for so long. Here's a teleport coming out from Helper, hits the equalizer onto Xayah and the flame spitter with the Zhonya's, and here's another flash taunt.
Sick play. Comeback, by the way, very nice performance from him too. Great thresh hooks in the first game and good Galio support play again in game 2.
Yeah, they really weren't tested by MVP, kind of dropping the ball this match, but Ever just taking full advantage of the situation and really just punishing MVP like we haven't seen in a while.
Yep, so Ever8 able to bibbity bop MVP 2-0 here on this Sunday. They did not say their prayers today. Take a look at the Anivia damage.
Take a look at everyone's damage on MVP's side. 2,000 on Ivern. Well, not a whole lot, but 16.5 out of Septed on this one. I think if my math, you know what, I'm not going to do the math. It's actually, the entire team of MVP did do more damage than Septed altogether. I just calculated that, so.
Nice. Good job. So Cass almost able to do the entire team's damage, but not quite. We're going to get an interview now. Let's head over to that right now.
Hi, this is your translator, Jisun, and we have the head coach Park for the interview. Hold on a moment, please.
And the MVP is Septed.
So this is the head coach of Winners, Park. So you always said that you want to be a team like an MVP. So how is it like to win a team that you want it to be like? So first, yeah, we all came up from the Challengers Korea. So he really wanted to be a team like an MVP. So it's really like extremely happy to win a team like MVP since it was their role model. And second question, the comeback player, jungler, started as a supporter player. So what was the plan on your entry? So yeah, they hired comeback as jungler, but he also wanted to be play as supporter for today. So and also they needed him as a supporter for today's match. So yeah, that's how he started as a supporter. And today's match, yeah, he's quite quiet, satisfied overall, and they're trying to get better and better. And today, Septid and Rang really played well. So, did you really expect them to perform this well, even in the early season? Yeah, Malang was really a bus driver since the challengers, and also he wanted people to like focus on Septid, and he's really happy that Septid show his performance really well. Any message for Septid? He always talks sweet to his players, so I think there are a lot of hard things to overcome in this season. So let's all try hard and go to the top ranks. And today is your team coach Alvingo's birthday, so any birthday wishes? Thank you for working so hard for the team. And I think today's victory is the nice present for him. So upcoming matches versus Jinair, so how are you gonna prepare for it? We've met him at the promotion, and we kind of lost without fighting really well. So I think we really have to try a lot, but we want to show better performance and show our best plays for the fans. And this is the end of the interview. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. I did just have the interview with our coach from Ever8, seemingly having good words about his team and what they were able to pull off here against MVP tonight with that 2-0.
It's like easy. That's
Easy peasy. No big DZ. Let's go take a look at the standings here.
1-1, tied there with the Jinair Green Wings, which they will be the team that they face next. And a team that I did not think I would be too hyped about is now the one that is really making strides, especially when they start facing up against that top-tier teams. After Jinair, they will be facing up against SK Telecom, and Septid versus Faker sounds like an incredibly hype matchup.
Sounds very, very hype, but not just that. Septid versus BDD, BDD versus Faker. Both Longju and Ever8 coming in here with big, as they call them, guys, bus drivers in the mid lane, able to bring their team together, gather all the kids up on the bus and bring them to their destination. So doing that very well. Septid played a couple of really fantastic games tonight.
I think he's been having just such a consistent week so far. Week 1 was great. Week 2 so far has been sick, and the entire team has really been stepping up. And I'm really happy to see Hachani switch his name to Comeback and actually make a comeback and make his mark on the team that was relatively new, relatively unknown with these young players. And when you put veterans with young talent, it's always such a satisfying thing to see. And when you just trust somebody that has been doing it for a while, when somebody that has actually even won an LCK title, I think that it really just carries that confidence. And when teams are capable of trusting each other without blinking, when you do the falls exercise on you, just believe that I know what I'm doing, and you see results like what we had today.
I mean, you see the same thing from one of our other really hyped teams right now, Longju, where you got Prey Gorilla in the bot lane, and then a bunch of other rookies or newer, younger players that are coming in here, and they're not necessarily new to the big stage, but some of them are, and they're really performing well. That young blood and that veteran talent coming together. So definitely a couple of cool teams doing quite well so far. Guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to have BBQ up against SKT up next. And BBQ, they've been having a bit of trouble so far. You know, not really. They've been doing okay. But also SKT a bit of woes, losing that first game against Samsung.
Well, for SKT, it's understandable. Coming off MSI, really a team that plays pretty much every tournament all the time, and the expectations for the team have always been as high as ever. But the expectations, we also cut them slack because they have the most immaculate track record ever.
So, guys, we're going to be right back with that next series at about 8 o'clock.
Look as good as the day I met you.
Welcome back, everybody, to more LCK Summer 2017 here at SPO TV. It's me, Valdez, joined by Crumbs, as always. We're about to jump into our second match of the night. It will be BBQ Olivers up against SK Telecom. And both of these teams coming off of a loss, but SKT getting 0-2'd. That means you got to give the advantage to BBQ. What do you think, Crumbs?
Absolutely. You always give the advantage to where the meat is at. But SKT, however, is a team that you always cut these guys slack. The track record is pretty much impeccable. They just come off a win in MSI, having to travel from Brazil back to Korea. The jet lag obviously going to affect them. Lots of different metas to practice with, not having enough time on 7.10. But they are still expected to be the top team in their region, and you do cut them some slack. However, BBQ not having the greatest showing. A little bit of a team that seems to be lacking a star player, really somebody to step up and say, I'm going to take charge in this team and really lead us to victory. They did take a game off in their previous series, although you want to see a little bit more action. It was Ghost and Totoro with the Catalyst, or the Kalista Thresh bottom lane.
The Catalysts in the bot lane. They got things going.
Exactly.
You know? So, yeah, we might be looking more towards that. I think after they kind of debuted it, in a sense, up against Longju in game number 2, it's like, okay, this is our small secret weapon in the beginning of the split. We're going to try to come back in the series, but now it's been revealed. So I wouldn't be surprised, SKT, they've had a lot of time after Tuesday to just like, or rather after Wednesday to just sit back, wait until Sunday, practice a bunch, discuss the patch, get their rest back, get out of jet lag. And I think they're going to be ready. Probably will ban one, probably Thresh, or maybe they'll pick it up, or maybe just try to ban out some other champions here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a powerful bottom lane, but it's not something that is absolutely insane. Right now, the kind of the duo combo that you see be more effective is Azaya Rakan, but we will be jumping right into picks and bans, and that will be the BBQ Olivers on blue side banning Lee Sin, making sure that Peanut does not get that crazy carry jungle that can just have such a tremendous impact on the game.
Yeah, a lot of people calling him the best Lee Sin in the game. Went over to MSI, was undefeated, and, well, you got to take that away. Syndra, a very, very strong pick nowadays. Also going to be banned here by BBQ. You can see SKT on red side will take away the Zac for now.
And BBQ is just banning out the picks that not only are they individually incredibly powerful, but also with the right amount of skill can just devastate and single-handedly carry games. So good bans against SKT, and in the meantime, they will just be banning out that Jace. Again, the triple flex pick. We have even seen Jace be played as an AD carry, so this champion can just pretty much go anywhere that anybody desires. So let's make sure that it just stays off the radar for a little bit before we see any wonky things coming.
With the Galio ban here, this leaves a lot open. You got Elise, you got Thresh, you got Kennen. Those are 3 potential bans. One that we've seen ban more than the others is definitely that Kennen, which will leave a couple more picks open. We'll see what SKT does want to go here in their final ban.
And the interesting thing for me here is that in the BBQ series that went 3 games, it was 3 games of Bless's Lee Sin, and he really stood out to me as a guy that was trying to really make the most work happen. And banning out that Lee Sin means that BBQ really have their sights set on another first pick that's not that Lee Sin, because they would have expected SKT to take it in the first rotation for themselves. So they recognize the power of this pick, and instead they will be locking in that kind of, it's pretty much you cannot pass this pick. So they secure it for Crazy.
The second I saw Crazy grinning and laughing like that on camera, I think everybody in the studio knew. This says King Grod, great God, General Genius Emperor.
My God,
something crazy.
King Crazy Emperor. Every title that is deserving of royalty.
There were too many. Who was he talking about? Faker?
I think he was talking about Crazy.
Oh, Crazy? Yeah. Okay. Because I saw all those titles and I'm like, you would think it would be
an honor.
Faker, right? The God Emperor of League of Legends, right? I wasn't really thinking Crazy. No offense, but either way.
Well, she was. Varus Graves, the rotation from SKT. I think we saw this rotation earlier today in the matchup between Ever and MVP. It does need a lot of crowd control to make this composition work, and what is BBQ going to lock in here? You do want to see some early game prowess when you're locking in that can make advantage or make use out of that strong pushing lanes to really snowball early, and that's what you want to see against SKT. Just put them on the spot, try to accelerate the game as quickly as possible, and it looks like it's going to be the Xayah locked in. Rakan is still available, but the jungler is most likely going to be locked in just as an answer to the jungler pick from SKT, and it will be the Kha'Zix locked in. So lots of damage, not enough CC yet, and you can expect the utility coming out from the second rotation of the pick.
BBQ with the Mega Troll showing Rengar, Nidalee, Rek'Sai, and then Kha'Zix. Finally going with that pick, and a Talia here for Faker.
The blind Talia, just a super strong pick, and she's basically the new Twisted Fate. Lots of utility in the mid lane, can defend for herself and team fight a lot better than TF, while also providing insane zone control with her Weaver as well as dive in the bottom lane. That's why this pick is seeing such a surge, and really, if you can view it as the new Twisted Fate, it really makes a lot of sense as to why this pick is so strong in the meta right now.
Taking that over other strong picks, such as Orianna, another pick that's still left up. Of course, the Syndra was banned. And look at SKT, they're going to go ahead and ban some mid lane champions here. We do see that Cassiopeia taken away. Rumble on the side of BBQ. Huni, definitely known for that Rumble, want to take it away.
And actually, the pick that I would be interested to see if BBQ really is up to the task for it is going to be the Kassadin into Talia. It's a good matchup into it. There is not a whole lot of punishment coming out of Graves and Talia in terms of CC, and they would most likely be able to get past the early stages of the game relatively well, but who knows if that's the flavor that they're feeling today. As BBQ, they definitely have a lot of variety for whatever spice you're feeling on your chicken.
Okay, gonna take away the Tahm Kench. I mean, it's not like they're running an Ashe or a Syndra or something like this, but still want to take that away from SKT, and that's a very easy pickup on the Thresh right now for SKT.
Yeah, and at least they deny the Rakan. Make sure that that duo lane synergy isn't really quite there. But the Thresh means that this bottom lane is not only capable of really punishing a... Yeah, there it is. See, called it. I got distracted from the point. Called the Kassadin. Nail on the head, hit the hammer. And Nautilus is going to be the support with Talia. So lots of crowd control, making sense. And we're talking about Thresh. Thresh is a pick that will not only enable any 6 or 5-man dive in the bottom lane relatively well with his hook and his ability to just lantern anybody in, but also really useful to be defensively played. So you can just back away, and Braum gets locked in. And we haven't seen this lane yet. Braum, Xayah.
Yeah, I think we could do pretty well. I mean, it's funny that we see the rise. Okay, never mind. We're going to see Lucian.
Top. Lucian top.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, Huni.
All eyes on Huni.
Oh, my God. We've gone,
Here we go.
We've gone full circle.
And you know what? I haven't actually seen this against the Kennen top. You were thinking about some answers for the Kennen. You get your Rumble banned away. Fiora was still available, but not going to pick that up. He wants to go head-to-head with the Lucian in the top lane.
Wow, and I wonder, he must have found Coma a date to allow him to get Lucian into the top lane here. And the triple AD carry here from SKT is going to be really difficult to deal with when you have all these assassins that are relatively squishy to try to dive in. And Huni is literally the best Lucian on SKT, by the way. You would expect Bang to be the one, but there is video,
hey, what about Faker?
There is video evidence of
played some of that in solo queue.
1v1ing Bang and beating him on Lucian. So the Lucian from him is definitely a lot of aggression in the top lane, action-packed laner, and just so much DPS coming out of this lineup for SKT that I really wonder what the late game is going to look like for these fights if the game even gets to that point.
Well, I would expect a lot of action early on. It's possible that SKT just tries to farm up with their triple ADC, but not going to call anything just yet. We're getting a final look at both of these team compositions going into game number 1. Go out there and tell your friends, guys. We got Huni back on the top Lucian. This is actually happening.
And for those who aren't aware, Huni's also rocking the Fnatic 2015 icon. So really just shout out to both previous teams that he's been on, both Immortals and Fnatic. So lots of history in this matchup, and if you're a fan of League of Legends for quite some time, then this game just has so much intrigue out of this. And a pick that, if he's actually pulling this off and he succeeds, you understand that the entire global meta will now acknowledge Lucian top as a pick and will seriously be playing.
Man, I hope so. Lucian's always a fun champion to come and see.
The reason why I don't hope so is because that means that you got top laners that are used to playing Nautilus and Maokai and now having to hit skill shots and dodge things on Lucian, and that's just going to be one recipe for disaster. When you're not an AD carry player and you don't have the mechanics that Huni has, one of the best top laners in the world, you're really not going to be doing a whole lot with this pick.
I mean, it's definitely true. I'd like to see these guys actually practice it before they bring it up into the top lane. You know what I'm saying? And you were talking about how Huni is one of the best top laners in the world. It definitely shows a lot of confidence from the SKT coaching staff to say, hey, you're going to be paying Lucian top here. Is that okay? And he says, yes, of course, coach, put me in. And
absolutely.
Man, I hope he does well on it. We have a small delay, guys. Stick with us.
Yeah, so in the meantime, we can just run over the compositions. It's not on your screen right now, but this is a classic SKT comp that basically has minimal engage. It's got Lucian, Graves, Talia, Varus, Thresh, so they rely on making a fight happen, as we always know, by just pressure, by winning the lanes, by putting you in a position where you have to engage on them and then they're ready to respond. They play the fights very well, and this is an inspiring composition for me from SKT, because this means that they have a lot more confidence that they came in their first match earlier this week. This means that they have kind of most likely returned to the form that you would expect out of SKT, and it also means it's a composition that can stomp the early game so hard. Talia, lots of pressure onto the Kassadin. You have Lucian obviously into Kennen. I'm pretty sure Crazy doesn't really know how this matchup goes.
I don't know. I mean, how many times has he really gone into solo queue and faced off against a Lucian in the top lane? Probably not very often. How many times does he go into scrims and teams actually seriously play the Lucian top into Kennen? This might be his first time for all we know.
Exactly. It's such a niche pick that not every top laner can play right now, or at least before. The meta is seriously favored playing tanks 24/7. It was only in 7.10 you have a little bit more picks coming through, but now Lucian, whew.
Yeah, it's coming on in. So go out there, tell your friends, guys. We're jumping into game number 1 right now. So SKT, they got the bigger cheer, but shout out to the person who starts the cheer. I don't know if they have a specific name, but for BBQ, definitely doing pulling her weight.
The leader, you need a leader for your cheers.
The cheerleader. There you go.
I guess that's how that came about. Now we know name origins.
Oh, crazy! He's already won. He's got the most damage in the game currently.
But he's got that Doran shield, so Huni has the most regen in the game already.
That's so funny to see the Lucian top with the Doran shield. We have 5 of them in this game. Kassadin will be picking it up in the mid lane. Both top laners, both ADCs.
And it's important to point out in your starting items that Peanut has gone with a control ward in his first itemization. Graves, we all know the jungler does not take damage, but where he places his control ward would mean a lot. He's already revealed himself, so we already know what they're... Oh, they nice clear on the ward.
Look at that, super aggressive from SKT. They're just saying, okay, this is our blue buff.
And this most likely could be a blue to blue. There's double defensive wards on the river for SKT here, so they might be expecting Bless to answer with their own blue buff, and if they can push both mid and bottom lane early, you really don't want to see that, and that would mean that they definitely are more prompted to go for that triple buff start, but Peanut saying no, he's just taking over the blue buff quadrant of BBQ's jungle with the control ward placing the blue buff, just making sure that he is not spotted.
Definitely unfortunate to see. You know, you're starting the Raptors. By the way, level 2 spike here on the Lucian. Everybody in the crowd's like, ooh, ah. But yeah, that's kind of what happens. But you don't have any leash from the mid lane when you're dealing with the Kassadin on your team, and also when you start the Raptors. So to also have it leash means that this is going to be an incredible slow jungle start from Bless.
Pretty much nobody wins when you have Kassadin on your win except Kassadin. But yeah, it is going to be that 3-buff start for Peanut. He's going straight to the blue buff. Wolf reacted to make sure that Kha'Zix did not sneak in, and a great start here from SKT. Lots of pressure into the top side of the map, and so what this start accomplished is that Huni is capable of playing this aggressive because the top quadrant has been denied, and so Bless's route just makes no sense for him to go to the top side of the map. If he were to go top right now, not only is he going to get scouted by the control ward that was placed early on, not only is he not going to find the Gromp or the blue buff there, but he's just not going to be able to do anything without being in vision, and Huni just takes full advantage of it, and you see him already with a 6 CS lead. That's an entire minion wave up on Crazy with only 3 waves gone down so far.
It's a very good point you make. You know, it's playing around your top laner. It's having great teamwork, and even if he is going to scout that brush, thankfully, but even if he clears it out, still now Huni knows, okay, you're on the top side of the map. I can just play a little bit passive. I can throw down my own ward in the river.
Exactly. It buys him some time, and now Peanut is going back in the top quadrant of the map, and the wave's bouncing back, so this is a great position for Huni to be in, and Peanut doesn't even have to respond to the top side of the map. He can just continue to farm, and everything is fine here. He should be okay.
He does have the Doran shield, so you know what they say.
What do they say?
They say Doran shield is OP. That's what they say. I think even if you take away the pot, if you make it 450, do you still think it's going to?
They should just take away the pot, make it 420.
There you go. We got some fighting down in the bot lane, and no one's gonna die. Just Ghost losing the trade here. Wolf is pretty low, but that's gonna be okay. But I think even if Doran shield is 450, it's still gonna be pretty strong.
Oh, so yeah.
Okay, forcing the flash out here.
That's fine. Huni did have to blow his teleport and came back with a Cole, so he's just looking to farm up in this lane already. He understands his position well, and now the pressure has shifted to the bottom side of the map. Even though Bless tried to go for an invade and try to deny that red buff, Faker did help in securing the red for Peanut. And so far, you can see that there's already about a 300 gold lead coming out from SKT just from the CS that's just spread out between all their lanes.
Definitely a nice advantage here. Ooh, nice hook onto the Xayah. Braum gonna get right up there in front, but still a good trade. Bang is pretty low on mana, but still you can see they're having a bit of trouble there. And things are gonna start off pretty fiery here with an Infernal Drake. You can see that Peanut's taking away that Scuttle Crab right now. Definitely want to get that warded, make sure no one tries to solo it.
Lots of vision there around that Infernal. Peanut just should not be going for anywhere in the bottom side just yet because of the recall from the dual lane, so he will just stay around the mid lane. Trying to get a little bit of cheeky vision here so far. Places a control ward in the backside, and actually Thresh did decide to stay. But that's a control ward that we haven't seen in a long time. A lot of times I think teams have forgotten the value of placing a control ward behind enemy lines, and really the ability to get so much information out of a team just from seeing any pathing that might occur through that area, which is just so common.
Uh-oh, the Lantern here onto Peanut. There's the Flay, will force the flash. Unfortunately, the death sentence does not land, so we're still here at 0-0. No kills just yet.
And Ghost gets surprised there because you would have expected a Wolf to be basing. There was no vision in the bottom side, and there was double control denying vision from BBQ, so he thought that maybe Bang had a recall as well, that he was in a safe position, but they capitalized on it and are able to get a flash, and you can expect a return gank out of this lane just because Wolf has flash as well, and so lots of danger potentially happening for BBQ in the bottom side.
Take a look at the farm in the jungle. Already Bless up a big number here, about 22.
Well, that's doubles and Raptors. The CS, or the levels and itemizations, are still even, so the farm still doesn't amount to quite a whole lot just yet, just because the way that they changed. That's one of the changes I wish never really came through, because it's so difficult to understand who's ahead of what, and so you're just relegated to looking at itemizations and levels.
Well, maybe they'll fix that up a little bit, perhaps.
Soon TM. Soon TM.
Getting the root there onto Bang. But you could see this is a CS lead that we can talk about a bit. Zaya having some trouble down here against the Bang Wolf combo.
It's just so annoying when you have to deal with Thresh. And Bless, it looks like he's playing in some sort of laser bank at this point. So many wards that he just can't get around. He gets scouted and Faker gets to go down. And SKT just taking full advantage of the situation, and I love this style that they're taking on right now. There might be a Weaver's Wall coming out here from Faker, but no, just everything whiffs.
Oh, look at Bang going head-to-head with Ghost down here, a little bit ahead. Lateral damage will miss, but it does not matter. First blood given over to Bang in the bot lane.
And this focus on the bottom lane means that BBQ have to respond with 3 to 4 people down there, which leaves the top side completely by itself. And when you leave Lucian on a one-on-one lane, his ability to bully out anybody else is nearly, it's unrivaled. That's why the pick has been so powerful. That's why before it became that meme where it's like, wow, is Lucian Top really that good? Well, on a one-on-one, yes, he can really be that good. Pulling is out.
Oh, that's stun though. He's going to try to win though. The flash from Crazy. Not able to dodge the Q. That will be the kill. The solo kill going over to Huni.
Not even face. Stand and deliver there. Look at him. Stoic as hell on that one. And he has a Cole on top of everything. The fact that he gets that kill means that his advantage is going to be monumental. I mix monumental and monstrous at the same time. That should be a word. Dang it.
Monstrumental. It's instrumental at the same time.
Instrumentally monstrous.
Yeah, it's
monstrumental.
Monstrumental. And, I mean, maybe SKT even knew the cannon was coming out. I think they had
Yeah,
this.
you had to. If you leave it up, you know it's coming out.
And you can see the replay here. It looks like Crazy's in a pretty good spot, but then you consider, okay, he gets the stun, but just the passive out of Huni on that Lucian is enough.
He might have been able to have that had he actually flashed the piercing light, but it's a very quick skill shot, and you really can't blame him for it. Like, really, how many times has a top laner not only gotten to practice cannon, but practice it against a Lucian? Practice duel doesn't have 2 people in it, so the answer is pretty much never.
Well, he was close. Shout out to Crazy for being close.
Oh man, that's just, you know, that's what's gonna read on his tombstone that one day.
He was almost good
close.
enough.
It was close.
Yeah. Look at that control ward too. I mean, they saw this coming a mile away. They said, okay, they're going to know with this lead we're gonna have the river and even the tri-brush warded up. So just make sure you ward the top brush. You'll be totally fine.
And this is just a nightmare here for BBQ, having to match the dual lane 24/7. The dual lane that built up that CS that allowed them to get that kill in the bottom lane now is having to defend the mid-tier 1, and Talia has come as well. Look for the hook. Yeah, that's gonna be.
There it is. The knockup misses though. Chain of Corruption will land, but this is a Braum with the shield up. Not enough damage to come through.
But every chunk on the champions means more chunk goes down on the turrets, and one more wave that goes like this would mean this turret goes down for SKT, and taking down a mid-tier 1 is always such a huge boon to the map presence that a team can have, so BBQ have to really be putting more resources into defending this turret, because once this goes down, the snowball comp that SKT is running right now will not slow down.
What do you think about the Faker on the Talia? Just not just the pick, but I can't really remember the last time we've seen him on this champion. Hold that thought. We are going to have the engage. The teleport from behind here from Tempt will jump in, and now it's a 1v2. I know his Lucian is good, but that's pretty hard. But they do use the teleport, and that means Peanut's going to get to work on this Infernal right away.
But an Infernal for a kill is a worthwhile trade. They get the teleport, and when you're running 4 carries, it means that that Infernal is going to give you that much more value. And they're still able to pressure the mid turret, so they have no qualms with giving up that turret. Huni is just basically the beacon of attention for BBQ as they focus on the kill and in return lose out potentially up to 2 objectives. And you were mentioning the Faker on Talia, but just a strong pick overall. It helps the side lanes. Is really difficult to dive into. Talia with the seismic shove means getting picks is really easy to do, and it helps the side lanes just so well. And I think it really makes sense when you're dealing with Lucian that eventually will be a pick that will most likely get jumped on by Kassadin and Kha'Zix split pushing in the side lanes. And if you can have Talia respond quickly and assist him, then the composition makes a lot more sense.
Faker famously good at any champion, but Huni coming on in here, not quite enough damage. Bless will get away with his ultimate. Huni, though, coming on in 2 levels up on Bless. Totally going to push him out of the way. This will open up the Rift Herald. Another objective, potentially going over to SKT.
And it's not many times that you see an AD carry jump face first into a Kha'Zix that has isolated claws. But Lucian with the Doran shield with his Ninja Tab Eyes feel much more comfortable than anybody else to do so. And now that this Rift Herald goes down, who are they going to give it to? It will be Peanut.
It's always the jungler, man.
I personally am a fan of giving it on the jungler, even though you could say that the jungler makes it really obvious as to where it's going because you can read the jungler's pathing relatively well. It offers a little bit more flexibility as to what you're going to do as opposed to a laner that can just show up in the lane and randomly activate it. So I think it's up for debate at this point, but more importantly is the timing that you use it and the people that are around it.
For sure. I mean, I think as time goes on and people actually figure out the perfect timing, they'll also figure out who actually is the most efficient player to take this, the best position to put it on top of. So we will just have to wait and see what these pro teams will decide on.
In the meantime, just a 1-3-1 happening from SKT. Huni still relentlessly pushing the top side. Once he completes that Blade of the Ruined King, which is very soon in happening, his ability to just bully out anybody top side and escape ganks is going to be applying so much pressure. He does have flash.
Can he land that Chain of Corruption? The answer is no. Will any CC land onto Crazy? Right now, it looks like Bang was tanking the turret, but with 3 members up there, even though Crazy does burn flash, he cannot get away.
And it was so well played by Huni. They're just waiting to see what Crazy's response was going to be to getting surrounded. Sees that he's just going to use his Vengeful Maelstrom, dodging with the lightning rush, but in the end does not hit Cannon. And as such, he does not proc turret aggro and lets Wolf do it, and the gank becomes that much easier to pull off. And in the end, their HP is just much higher than what it would have been otherwise.
Ghost and Totoro getting a bit frisky here, forcing Bang to take that Lantern, but nothing happening. Peanut still does have that Rift Herald, and even though he was essentially alone there, it does take a bit of time to summon it, and he had no support. So.
It's half HP, so it's most likely just going to be using that top lane turret, as we can see him path to the top side right now. And it'll just help in basically suiciding for that last outer turret, just because it'll most likely deal, you know, like half HP of the tower. Should be enough to knock down that turret that is being defended with everything that BBQ's got.
You can see there are a bunch of pings up in top lane as Peanut makes his way up to use this Herald. Right now we do have the TP on Crazy, but it's almost ready on Tempt. And here we do go.
It's gonna headbutt it to death. Here it goes. It's charging.
Herald's been summoned. Oh! She was angry. So they get the turret. It looks like it should be cleaned up, but here we go. Faker coming from the river. No Weaver's Wall.
Clap for the NPC.
Little golf clap.
Now that Huni has his blade, he just has to be aware of where Bless is at for him to keep pressure in this lane, because Crazy is still the completed item behind. The itemizations are pretty much identical here, save for the orange blade. One minute on that Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, and already SKT 6,000 gold ahead at 17 minutes. This is the SKT we know and love. They've had a little bit of time to come back here into Korea and practice up, rest up from Brazil.
They make it look so easy. Hitting that 6K advantage right now. it feels like when you play against SKT, you're playing against one of those games where you sign up for the AI, but the AI is programmed to have more gold generation than you are. That's what SKT feels like. No other team can really get these advantages this quickly, seemingly out of nowhere, just coming out of CS, pressuring the map properly, just going into the jungle and denying the right waves. And as such, the ability to just grow a lead just becomes so disgusting to watch, in a good way, of course. Just
totally
disgusting.
Gross, disgusting play.
Totally
I love it.
grotesque.
I love it. Ooh, nice grab there onto the Kassadin. Do they have a burst damage to take him away? Yes, they do. Collateral damage perfectly aimed at the Kassadin, attempting to get away. That will be another turret here in the mid lane.
And now the gold goes to 7,000, and still that 1-3-1. They're catching 3 waves of farm while denying the jungle from BBQ. Just such a ridiculous way of playing the game, which is the right way to accelerate properly. And level 12 on Huni versus a level, just previously level 9 Xayah. And man, Xayah just not doing a whole lot, and another turret going down for SKT. Just, Jesus, that's 18 minutes in. Last game we were looking at Ever being like, oh, maybe they should speed the game up at 30 minutes, and now
With
SKT,
their 5-0-1 Syndra.
Yeah, SKT in under 20 minutes already, and almost a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah. They don't really have any big farmed up player, no fed player. I mean, Faker sitting in mid lane, his farm is fantastic, but he's 0-0-1. It's always fun to watch SKT too, just as a team. It's not always the superstar player in the mid lane doing all the work. It's not necessarily that Ever8 kind of status where it's just Septic carrying the team. Look at this play onto the Kassadin. Tempt was probably not expecting this.
Yeah, he did not have vision of the red side jungle, and so he did not expect the Threshing Graves to be right there. But just all too easy. When you're playing Kassadin, dealing with AD carries is the most difficult thing because they can really answer back a lot of damage up front. You don't get the most use out of your shield. Your passive that reduces magic damage is useless, and so when you have to get in range to get auto-attacked, you melt like butter, and as such, he has to respond with Ninja Tabbies and the Seeker's Arm Guard early on, which means that he's just going to take that much longer to ramp up. And that's 5 Tabbies on the side of BBQ.
Hey, it makes sense. I'm glad you pointed that out. But you're going up against 380 carries. Grab your tab eyes, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody's a ninja here.
Well, after Crazy's performance up in the top lane, you gotta get some more ninjas on your team, I suppose.
That was a loony performance indeed.
So SKT, they do have this red buff on Bang. They're looking to push. And
Totoro.
Okay, well, that's gonna be a dead Braum. Nice mustache though, but not good enough. And another kill going over to SKT. It seems almost like BBQ's just like sitting down and taking it, you know? They don't...
Hey, man.
What? What? They're just sitting down and taking it, man. They're just letting SKT walk all over them.
There are hundreds of positions available to take it. So whatever way they choose to do it, but they just don't have the tools to do so, because this is what happens when you draft comps like this. You've got Kassadin and Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has falling off the meta right now. He's not really the greatest jungler. Doesn't offer a whole lot of crowd control, and you can't mimic SKT. That's the thing. SKT is the only team that can get away with this. Maybe KT that tried it last play, but you can't just say, let's copy this style and try to make it happen. This team has been working like this for years. They're really on another level, and so when you try to take their blueprint and apply it to your own, it's almost always going to be a failure.
So I know you're talking about some really smart things there, Crumbs, but did you see Totoro miss both of his wards over the wall? That was really interesting to me. That's what I was watching.
I was focused on his death and the shield that he left behind, what seemingly is the door to some sort of dimension.
Oh, boy. Just nothing going right for BBQ in this game. I was expecting it to be SKT favored, but...
You don't say.
Yeah, well, it's not the smartest thing I've ever said, but, or the most new and interesting idea. But yeah, Huni coming back with the top Lucian. Do you think they would have done the same against a team like Samsung or KT?
You know, I think they would have. I think they would have, because to me, it's not so much that it's a Lucian comp on the Lucian top on the comp, it's a Lucian top against the Kennen. Because when you look at a pick like Kennen, okay, one of the most popular picks right now, let's get creative. What can we answer it? And they will just try to gank it, and he's so dead.
He's even going to flash for it. He really wants to try to fight this. He's going to dash away. Here comes Tempt. Okay. Trying to take away Huni's all-star moment. I see how it is, Tempt.
Hashtag worth on that one. Traded Baron for his life, so SKT keeps their eye on the prize and grows the lead even further to a 12,000 gold lead in 23 minutes. That is so much gold right now.
Call me selfish. I just wanted to see Huni 1v2 them.
I
think that would have been more interesting.
Yeah, I really wanted to be wrong and be like, is he gonna somehow turn this? It was, damn Tempt, ruining our Lucian fantasy.
I mean, Lightning Rush was down. The leap was down from the Kazakhs, and he had effectively built the distance between him and both of them. So
I think he would have done it. I think you're right.
It was going to be close. If he had been able to burst down crazy and then keep his distance away from the Kazakhs, then perhaps. They're trying to set up something here. Faker and Wolf getting a little bit too far down, but actually, as I say that, it was Bless that was locked in with them, and it's going to be another kill. Here comes Faker right in that wall. He's going to be blocked, but it just doesn't matter as they do line this one up. Faker going deep, trying to pick up the kill. There's another one onto Ghost. And Crumbs, this is one of the most one-sided games I've ever casted.
Fair. What?
They can't keep getting away with it.
How is, Jesus, are they they're gonna try to end this? The wave is being escorted here by Wolf. They're really going for the sub 25-minute win, and I think they're gonna be able to get it.
It's gonna be close. Bless and Totoro are spawning. Well, who am I kidding? Okay, here's the hook there onto Crazy. Collateral damage doesn't even land, and that is gonna be the Nexus here before 25 minutes. And that is SKT.
We got plans tonight, it seems, because SKT is coming back with a vengeance here, just not giving BBQ a chance. Not like this seems like I haven't seen such a stomp in a while. Holy moly!
You know, you were talking about how Huni maybe got Koma a date. Well, he was like, okay, I'll let you play Lucian, but you gotta end the game before 25 minutes. I gotta get to my date that you set up for me tonight.
He was like, I'll write your Tinder profile if you let me play Lucian top.
Oh man, that was domination like we haven't seen so far in summer. Wolf is like, oh man, I just want to go home and play solo queue. Like, what is this?
Are we done yet?
Yeah.
You're like, oh God. It's that kind of loss where if you're in BBQ shoes, you're like, man, are we really this outclassed?
Well, the answer is yes, unfortunately. Man, Crazy, he looked so happy when he got that cannon, but he didn't know what was coming his way.
I don't think anybody saw this coming.
No.
What do you even review? Hey guys, good job. Let's do it again.
Peanuts talking about like, oh, that was a pretty cool play you had at the end, but I don't know. I think my collateral damage on the Cassin was a little bit cooler, so.
They're just complimenting each other.
Yeah.
I like that though. Every game, you just give each other compliments. What was your most enjoyable moment that game? When it was over.
When the game ended. When Huni almost 1v2'd them.
Actually,
that was almost a great moment.
The level 1 was sick though. The control ward, I appreciated that one. That was a good idea to really scout out and make sure that they can go down there. And every skill shot missed, but when you're this strong early on and when Xayah has no summoners, and so easy.
Yeah, easy peasy first blood. Going over to Bang, I believe that was, and this was the nice outplay.
Yeah, I think if he totally could have had that.
If he flashed it, he lives. He takes the solo kill.
You know, that's exactly how Bang lost his 1v1. He didn't flash the piercing arrow, or the piercing light. You gotta use your flash, kids.
Yeah, don't save it. Just do it. Okay, so Tempt wasn't expecting this. Corrupting, or not corrupting. Chains of Corruptions coming in, and that's just the follow-up finish. Picture perfect from Peanut.
What is there to even say?
It's not even just about their macro and their really smart play, but also their mechanics are almost always on point. Outside of the first blood fight, everybody pretty much lands everything.
Yeah, it's just so clean.
Not that BBQ made it hard for them, but here is the result. 16,000 gold ahead in 24 minutes.
My God. I think, all right, well,
The humanity.
that's the record, I think.
Look
for
at Peanut's damage. What the hell?
1.7. What? Wait, what was
Is that
he doing?
real?
What? Was it? Well, let's
They meant
see.
to put in
Hang
like
on,
7.7, but they put in 1.7 or something.
Well,
I mean, the only kill he was really part of was the collateral
yeah, the
damage,
collateral
basically.
that's
Onto
a
Totoro.
good game on the jungle, though, when you do that little damage and like, yep, all me, fellas.
Yeah.
My vision allowed you to deal damage. You always credit the intangibles when you don't. When you're kind of the when you don't really know what you did. You always say it's the intangibles that allowed us to win.
That control ward, though, level 1. Pretty cool. I'm not sure if that was Peanut's idea or just all of SKT. But, guys, we are going to jump into game number 2 after a quick commercial break. Join us in about 8 minutes for SKT versus BBQ. Welcome back, guys, to LCK Summer here at the Nexon Arena. We just had one of our shortest games of LCK Summer 2017, SKT versus BBQ. It was a stomp. It was short.
To say the least. If you're a BBQ fan, you're half-massing tonight because this one's not for the long haul, and Wolf will get the MVP for this one. Frankly, sure, he deserves it. It's kind of hard to say. Yeah, they just
89% kill contribution. He had a couple of good hooks.
Yeah.
It's hard to pick one player in a game like that. Maybe
Huni.
Yeah,
Huni or him. I agree. But
definitely not Pino with 1.7 thousand.
The team play was the MVP. Teamwork.
Yeah. SKT. Coma is the MVP of that game. But yeah, I like the response to the Kennen top. Will we see it again? Will we have a chance? Perhaps not, unfortunately.
Well, that's the last thing I want to be seeing, though. Lucian bans, but Lucian, similar to Jace, is a triple flex pick. He can go in the mid lane, he can go in the top lane now, and he can go into the AD carry position. So more of these picks that only the teams with the most proficient players can really get away with. And so SKT just flexing their muscles and saying who else in the world can really match this. And the answer, most people will try, but most will also fail.
Yeah. Totoro, he's questioning his life decisions right now. He's like, oh, I should have been a lawyer. I knew I should have been a lawyer. It just says T1 is the best. I don't know what that is on the right side.
That looks like the face of somebody who's definitely the best.
Is that the T1 mascot? I don't even know.
Like
Perhaps it was Huni.
Hey guys, what do you think about my Lucian?
He's talking about how they're going to go surfing later. He's not even talking about the games.
Is there surfing in Korea? Could you surf here?
Probably somewhere.
Doesn't strike me as a surfing place, but it does strike me that we are in Champion Select. So we begin with SKT on blue side.
Zach, the first ban, as we look at a somewhat frustrated BBQ coach on the screen.
For good reason. It's a tough, like, how do you go into a game and you just tell your team to just go all out? You know, let's give it a shot, see what we can learn, because a loss is always a learning experience. But the thing is, you know, they say you need to lose to learn how to win, but that's what they used to tell me, and it took a lot of years of losing, and I don't think I learned how to win just yet. So I don't think there's a light at the end of that tunnel. So they have to start trying to grasp at something before learning to really get something out of this game.
It's Peanut. Although the sign kind of says Piut, because his body covered the A in the end. Oh boy. Well, SKT is going to ban the Kennen. Not even going to. They're like, okay, you've had enough embarrassment in the top lane. We'll just take that away from you. We're going to be one step ahead of you there.
Jeez, just so dominating with that Kennen ban. Just saying, we'll let you have it. We beat you with it. We'll take it back. Yeah, well, you couldn't handle it. So let's see what you can do next. And now there's a lot left on the table. Junglers were taken out, but the Gallia does get locked in. Fiora is remaining, but Faker was the one that did play it recently in the mid lane. However, Huni did show it at MSI, and ever since then, it's been a top pick.
Yeah, that's why it's such a strong first pick for SKT, as you were saying, because they have a couple of guys that can play it really, really well. And BBQ going to pick up a very contested AD carry in Varus, and also the Kazakhs.
And you can really just expect the Olaf here out of Peanut. Just a pick that he played the two games against the Samsung loss, and really just the one that falls next onto the tier list of champions. Graves, Elise, and Lee Sin being taken out. No, it's not going to be a fiddlesticks. That would just be insult to injury at this point. What will it?
It's something like he's the best Lee Sin in the world, but I missed a pun in there somewhere. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I'll work on my Korean for later broadcasts. But no Olaf just yet, funnily enough. Going to potentially, I mean, I suppose we could see Galio or even Rumble Jungle, but I haven't seen Peanut play either of those.
Yeah,
So.
not so much with the Galio jungle, but the Rumble could be a pick. It's most likely just going to be the Rumble top of the Galio into the mid lane, so just taking away the solo lanes early on, saying this is what our comp is going to look like, and you can already expect a physical damage jungler. Otherwise, you just leave Ashe with the sole physical DPS, and she's not really the mainstay physical damage. So a physical jungler is in order for SKT, and
We fry the game.
What?
They're BBQ fans,
Of
guys,
course.
in case you couldn't figure that out.
Hey, what if you like?
Sometimes I like to fry the game too.
I like
Grumps.
oven baked though, so that's I prefer baked or charred. I'm not a big fried kind of guy.
The BBQ commercial that comes out, it's like, in order for chicken to be delicious, it has to be fried. If you agree with this, you should eat BBQ chicken. So I guess that's why.
But
They also said something about they fry their stuff in olive oil. I don't think that's even possible.
What else would you fry? Oh, don't even tell me that, actually. I don't want to know the answer to that. But the Olaf, yep. Olaf gets locked away. Makes sense when you're dealing with Varus and Sejuani.
They valued the Rumble for Huni top over a very, viable competitive jungle nowadays.
It's 5 jungle ban. It literally, actually, make it 7. 7 jungles have been denied, with 5 on the bans of BBQ, the Zac being taken away. Hell, 8. Jace, another jungler. Then the Kha'Zix being denied. What else is Peanut going to play? There's Kindred, there's Nocturne, there's Hecarim. I personally want to see Nocturne. I think we saw it in the Demacia Cup. It was a bit of a trolling fiesta, but hell, at this point, oh, there's
Rex.
Never mind. Just so standard, so boring.
Come on, Peanut. Look at him laugh at us. He's like, they thought I was going to pick something fun. Well, it's not the new patch with the new Rek'Sai, so going to be that same old, plain old Rek'Sai.
Actually, if it was a new patch, I think it would not have even been Rek'Sai, because that ultimate is pretty atrocious, actually. You literally can sidestep it with your feet, and you can't say a lot for that ultimate then.
Yeah.
But the karma gets locked in, and so SKT just have a tremendous amount of hard engage here that they will not have any reservations on using into the squishy Varus or Park.
And look at the lineup of BBQ. I feel like they're really channeling some MVP here. The Bard, Varus spot lane, plus the Sejuani top. Now, this is something we haven't seen in a while. It's going to be Corki in the mid lane.
That doesn't seem like a good idea to channel, considering they just got obliterated by Ever8. So maybe they're copying notes off the kid that doesn't know what they're doing. He just finished the homework, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy
Cheating
knows what
off the
they're doing.
D student. It's like, no, this is not a good idea, man. I don't care if he's your best friend. Wow.
Well, they do lock in the double AD carry composition, so maybe they're banking on hit that late game stride, and hopefully you can win a team fight with double AD carry. But SKT won up them last time around with 3, so not too hopeful for BBQ this time. Some good pats on the back. They're gonna need them.
Shortest massage of all time. Just saying, go get him, kid, as he throws him to the Lions. Have fun out there on the Rift. It's not me playing, but we'll see if BBQ can put up a better stance here up against SKT. I know some of you masochists out there really enjoyed game number 1.
It was entertaining. The Lucian top definitely makes waves, so they know how to put on a good show. We can give them that.
Yeah, so pretty nice composition here. I haven't seen Peanut and Rek'Sai in a long time, but he did get banned out quite a lot, potentially
8 jungle bans, and so the tier list falls into Rek'Sai, and that really tells you at what position Rek'Sai is right now, when after 8 bans they're like, all right, fine, we'll play it.
Fine, we'll play it. He's got a cool skin at least. Guys, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 right away. Go ahead and tell your friends we're getting into SKT versus BBQ on the Rift.
Dang, I almost cut. I saw the ones cheering for BBQ this time around, front row and center, but I missed the SKT cheerleaders.
I caught it, if you're curious.
Oh, please tell me. Later.
Second row.
Second row, got it.
With the bag on her lap.
Pinpointed.
Yeah, that's her. She's the one.
Very important. That stuff actually helps when you have somebody so passionately behind your every move.
Yeah, could be a professional cheerleader in the future. Just doing a bit of scouting. Totoro's like, no, that's too much damage. Let's go home.
And it is. Karma's base damage is level 1 with the Man-Tread Q. Just so strong. One of the strongest level 1 champions, actually. She's kind of on par with Olaf for her ability to just either chase you down, or if you face check her, then you are in trouble.
Only 3 Doran shields. We have double corrupting pot on the side of BBQ.
Well, Faker did get pretty greedy with the ring start on him, so he is going to be against Corki. That is going with the corruption flask, but it is Galio, one of the tankiest champions right now, probably the tankiest champion. Kind of at the same level where maybe Poppy was a little while back. Oof, those were not good days for AD carries.
Faker looking to bring it back. It didn't have much success against Samsung when he did play that Galio. Seemed to just lack damage, and you know, he had some cool combos and engages, but his whole team was so far behind that he didn't really get to show off the Galio mid.
Yeah, but that entire series was SKT just being really just not the SKT that you typically expect. I think they're really just going very tunnel vision on kills, and something that you typically don't see out of a top team like them. But in the meantime, Bless just does the 3 camps in his red side jungle, will base for most likely the machete, and then continue jungling in the bottom side of the map, so he gets a little bit more time on his blue buff, which does let him clear faster than having the red buff.
You can see the pings that were coming out from the jungles. There was one from the side of SKT saying, hey, Kha'Zix is probably on the right side, but the timing is going to be off because Bless did go ahead and go home first. And there were also 2 back pings on the top side Scuttle Crab. And those could have potentially been by Bless, saying, hey, he might be up there at the Scuttle Crab.
And it's a route that, if it's not punished, does put Bless in a pretty favorable position, because he does have the control ward on his side. He does have the extra lifesteal from the machete, and now Peanut immediately, look at that, the pings go right away. As soon as he hits that, doubles, and doesn't see any monsters being there, he understands the route that Bless took, knows his jungle routes very well, and as such, SKT can play accordingly, and now Karma is trying to scout out where Bless is going, so a lot of communication being very apparent from the pings that SKT throw out.
You can see both players, or other teams, really just trying to keep tabs on their opponents to start off this game. And I was talking about how there was only 3 Doran shields. I suppose there's the potential for the corrupting pot start into the Doran shield. Heard some of the OGN guys talking about that as well. But we haven't really seen it much. Just talked about it a bit.
Yeah, that feels like a little bit too much, going with the Doran shield later on into the game, just because you, at that stage, you really just want to have that build already, your completed items. In the meantime, just some nice farming going on there, but Faker used his teleport into the mid lane, and now if Temp is going to stay in this lane, he most likely will start losing a bit of CS because he is at an item disadvantage here. And the Corrupting Flask is sitting at only 1 charge, it seems, and that's not a great position to be in, because this means that Bless will not be able to gank the mid lane, because Corki's not going to be in a position to assist with any damage or any follow-up. And so when that happens, the pressure just becomes that much stronger for SKT. And it's those little things, understanding how pressure works, even though there is no kill pressure, even though there isn't really anything visible. It's those timings that allow SKT to play further up and let Galio be in a position that normally you'd think he'd be getting ganked if he was this far up, but because of the HP that Tempt is at, he's not worried.
Yeah. Also note that Tempt had to heal. So, I mean, Summoner's being taken away, and Faker, after hitting that one, knows that Tempt has to go back home. We'll be pushing this one in, and already a nice small advantage for SKT.
And he might be able to even get that cannon minion denied, which is a pretty big deal considering that a cannon minion is worth around 3 creeps and such. The lead, while it only looks about 6 CS, probably a little bit more than that in terms of actual gold.
Yeah, Tempt's basically going to lose the entire front part of that wave.
And look at that, the base, the dual base from Huni and Peanut. Great synergy there, basing together, coming out onto the map as teammates, as allies ready to take on whatever is next on Summoner's Rift, which it seems like it is moves towards the bottom side of the map. There is a TMAC completed on Peanut, which means that he's most likely just going for a crazy farm route that involves a lot of doubles and a lot of raptors.
Farm, farm, farm. It's funny that Peanut is taking the Rek'Sai against Bless, a guy who has shown a ton of Rek'Sai in spring, saying, hey, you can do it, but I can do better.
Well, the issue with Rek'Sai, she's basically designed to be the ultimate jungler, and then they realize, wait a minute, we designed the ultimate jungler. Why did we make this when everything else hadn't been designed to be such a great jungler, and then has to be nerfed because of her incredible prowess? And now she's just the 9th tier jungler. The 9th pick.
The 9th pick. Well, Faker getting a bit frisky to flash forward from Bless, very confident. Oh, will he be able to ult away?
Wow.
There it is. What a play by Faker. Great timing to get out of that kill. Here comes Huni from behind.
That equalizer, though.
Crazy amounts of damage. Poor Bless. Almost just accepting it there towards the end. Had no way to get out of that one.
They just seem unable to be outplayed. What a move from SKT. Faker makes it out in the first blood from Huni. That's such a good play.
I want to see the replay of this. I wish we could also see the range on the heroic entrance, or the heroic exit in this case.
Here it is. He gets caught out. He burns his taunt early, so he doesn't have that damage reduction in right away. I like how Bless recognized that this is the time to go for it. Wow.
Just trying to get out of there. He did have the bot lane nearby enough as well. And then this perfect equalizer.
And the patience from Huni to just wait. How are they going to react? Understands how good his placement really was, and then just easy pickings after that.
Goes for Bless too instead of Tempt. Going for the Kha'Zix without Leap instead of the Corki with the Valkyrie. So
exactly.
Very nice choice. Only the best choices here from SKT.
The very best. The cream of the crop.
Yeah.
Well, they literally are the cream of the crop. They have been the cream of the crop for so long, you start wondering where the crop actually is at.
They're so far ahead of the crop. Oh, man. I mean, when are we going to have a time where there's actually a team that consistently challenges SKT? That's the real question.
You know, I'll tell you a story.
Give it to me, Crumbs. The story.
A bit
about the story.
A bit of a personal story. So back in Season 3 Worlds, the one that SKT won, I remember sitting in the crowd. They had invited us to watch SKT, to watch the finals. We were doing some analysis in the meantime, but we saw SKT play the finals. And I remember sitting there thinking, maybe I chose the wrong path. Because they were playing so good, and I was like, this is the pinnacle of League of Legends, and we're so far behind from it that I just couldn't see in the foreseeable future how to even reach that level of teamwork and just immaculate play. That it was a demoralizing experience, and I can't imagine what it's like to play in a league and you have to see that and face it every day. Just means that I wasn't cut out for that life.
Well, you've joined me here on the desk, Crumbs. We're happy to have you. Finding success in another line of work.
Arguable. Arguable success.
Yeah, I've been having some fun with you so far. Only good things to say. The most wholesome cast you'll find here in Korea.
You know, I'd agree, except I think some of the topics that we've covered have been far from wholesome.
Less than wholesome?
Less
Yeah,
than
okay,
wholesome.
I can agree with that. That's true.
In the meantime, a 4-man move from SKT in the bottom side. There is no TP from Huni, but there is one from Crazy. So this could be an ill-fated dive from SKT, but they are just pressuring for the tier 1.
Ooh, they bait out the Tempered Fate. Actually does miss. Will get stunned, but he does burrow away.
They just get distracted and give up the turret.
Faker, will he get out of this one? The arrow will miss. Funnily enough, there's the heroic entrance. Will jump into his own death. Now the flash forward from Wolf. Crazy amount of damage. Totoro forced to get out of there, but a double kill coming on in. Here's Crazy in the back, getting overconfident. Did we curse them, Crumbs? Uh-oh.
Oh, he got it. The slow hits.
There it is. That's the quadra kill for Tempt against SKT, going way too deep.
And I want to say that it's really a big deal, but it kind of isn't. They got distracted and they lost the objective. First brick did go to SKT, and now they're also going to be able to get a tier 1 in the mid lane, so they get the objective advantage once again. So they always keep their eye on the prize. Granted, a little bit too much from SKT, and giving up those kills is not what you want to do, but if they keep playing like this, you can basically give away as many kills as you'd like, as long as you keep the objectives as your main focus.
Come on, Crumbs. Give BBQ fans a little bit of hope out here. A little bit. Give them
I'm too hungry for hope.
Let them fry the game just once in their life.
Here it is. The Tempered Fate does miss, but yeah, Ash just says, I'll just take the turret in the meantime. And Faker, not the tankiest champion here against the isolated Kazakhs.
Yeah, taking a bunch of damage. Pina flashes in, and you know that SKT could have disengaged here if Faker just immediately heroic entranced back to the bot lane and Pina just ran away, but they thought they could turn this. Didn't work out, and they do give the quadra kill to Corki. That's a ton of gold. Cannot deny that, but as you said, lots of objectives going over to SKT in the meantime. We'll see if Tempt can actually put the team on his back, or on his bus in this case.
Exactly, as you say, the gold lead still remains with SKT. About under 1,000, about a 2,000 gold lead for them so far, or a little bit over 1,000, my bad. Jesus, man. Oh.
You know what they say, don't do math on cast. It's
already, okay. It's already happened.
Well, Huni might die. Okay, never mind. No follow-up on the damage. Ghost not able to get close enough. There's the ultimate. Will hit Bang. Can they actually burst him down here? No summoners onto Bang. They finally do get the kill. As Faker just going to play with his food just a bit. And will run away. Will he turn it on to Ghost? Ghost, that is getting way too close. You got to know that Faker's got his flash. And Tempt, again, he wasn't there for the majority of the fight. He tries to come in and put all these dead bodies on his bus, but then decides against it.
My God, that's macabre.
Oh, boy.
But BBQ have to be playing around Tempt. There's really nobody else on this team that can kill anybody. He's got a 13-minute Trinity Force on his way for his Blade of the Ruined King. So he's so strong, but if they keep fighting with anybody else, they are going to keep losing fights. So BBQ needs to show a little bit more patience, some more composure in their win condition right now. After that fight, the win condition becomes Tempt. They got to act that way.
Very true. I mean, you look at the 4-0 Corki, but then you also look at the 2-0 Huni on the Rumble up in top. So, you know, 2 kills behind, but he's got extra objectives, probably even on the gold. And nice arrow here. Good follow-up with the equalizer. It's a good play overall.
And Huni barely capable of surviving there with the Inspire from Karma. Just gets away, but here comes another nice Sejuani ultimate. Gonna hit straight onto Bang, and we're gonna just cut straight back to live.
Ghost, actually, he was exhausted, and I think one more auto would have done it to kill Huni, but he actually stutter-stepped back and was out of range there and allowed Huni to flash away. So it was potentially a small mechanical mistake.
Ooh, that's not what you want to see, but, you know, after that game 1, can you really blame them?
Spirits destroyed.
There is a package here onto Tempt, though, so they can do something to bring their hopes back.
If he got taunted and killed, that would have been the most depressing thing. Either way, he is still here with the package. Can use that to try to zone out the members. Will bring some of that in front. Will they commit to this Ocean Drake?
Huni's here, and where is Sejuani going to teleport to?
Okay, there it is, but Tempered Fate totally misses. Bless is all alone on the left side. Wolf, though, getting a little bit too far forward. He will be the first one to go down. Bless moving forward, will be knocked up. Heal coming out does keep him alive. Faker going really deep, actually. Crazy not able to dodge that charge. Nice snipe there onto Kha'Zix. Will trade the kill.
And you really don't expect that much damage out of Galio. He's going to proc the stun.
Oh, there it is. Nice stun. So BBQ able to pick up a kill. After all of that, they do not get the Ocean Drake, it looks like.
Yeah, it went SKT's way. Bless was zoned out of the pit. And so the objectives once again go SKT's way, which is just what they have their eye on the prize. This is typically what happens when you see SKT get a little bit funky with their games, playing with their food, just giving them a little bit of kills. 3 kills down, but it doesn't matter to them. They know they're getting what the real value in this game is, which is the dragons, the turrets, the buffs. Just such an impressive ability to keep composure onto this, because so many times when you see teams behave this way where they keep going for kills, they never are able to secure objectives simultaneously. But SKT just seemingly do it every time. We're going to look at the replay right here, and it's going to be a long one here because this dragon does get started, and BBQ do try to finish this one, but the package expires. Take a look at Bless. He gets zoned out in the bottom side from Rek'Sai going in.
Totoro is a professional arrow eater. Does not hit the Tempered Fate once again. But yeah, Peanut able to get close enough, go in and smite that one. And it's kind of a disappointing fight too. You know, Huni gets super low, and then one by one they get picked off. But they're always trading kills as they do get picked off.
And it's always fine as long as you get the objectives. It's pretty much the biggest lesson you ever take away from improving at League of Legends. It's never about the champions. It's always about the objectives, and the champions are just a result of you getting the objective and somebody being in the way.
Coach Crumbs coming to you guys in 2020.
Yeah, I should be charging.
Charging the Twitch chat for all this knowledge you're giving them right now.
Maybe not.
BBQ, they're sticking in it in terms of the gold. They're not that far behind, and at least it's not Infernal Drakes. You know, just a couple of Ocean Drakes. Will be quite nice against the poke that the Fed Corki will offer, and not just the Fed Corki, but also a bit of Varus and even a bit of Kha'Zix.
And that gold that SKT has, they're going to be using it right now to get vision in the red side of the map. This is exactly what we need to see out of teams that are playing the Ashe. Just secure deep vision so that you can know who is a viable target to be arrowed at. And once you see who you can go for, then you just keep chucking out arrows left, right, and center and really accelerate your advantages that way. So, you know, makes his way to the red side of the map. And even though Baron isn't up right now, they did take it in under 23 minutes last time, but they will commit to getting
onto Huni. Yeah,
Four
and
man?
there's 4-man onto him immediately. The Swift Herald has started. And this might just be the name of the game here, trading kills for objectives.
It seems like that's all they really care about. They even traded that for a Raptor camp as well. Oh, that's the first objective they lose in this trade. Nice smite.
Ooh, the Tempered Fate actually hit someone. Here we
flash.
go, bang. He is going to flash, but there is that stun from Totoro. And finally, some kills are coming in here for BBQ. They do pick up Ashe. Bang right now 0-3. Just have 3 assists,
Yeah,
though.
a good proactive move by them, moving in the bottom side. And big greedy there from Bang, knowing that his team was taking Herald in the top side of the map. And the Herald does go to the jungle, and it really seems like these teams have decided that Herald is better suited for junglers and not laners at the time. But still up in the air. I think the debate has yet to be proved from results. We still need to see somebody really make the most out of it. And here it comes again. He thought he had it, but it's a ward.
Ooh.
The final, the Achilles heel, the leg. Oh.
Oh, man. Nice stun there, too. Totoro actually coming together here on this Bard pick, making it work.
He's going to have to get a lot more picks just like that to have a chance in this game, because it still feels like SKT just dictating everything and BBQ just reacting to whatever SKT decides on doing. And now they have set their sights on this blue quadrant of the map, preparing for potentially the next Ocean Dragon. Not the craziest dragon, so it might be utilized simply as a way of getting picks. And so they move away after the vision has been set to get control back to the mid lane. And now SKT once again back in the driver's seat for this game. What do they want to do next?
Well, the next question is, where is this Rift Herald going to come up? Are they looking for a pick mid and then they'll push it down mid? I mean, they're going to engage onto Peanut here, not committing. No ultimate thrown out there by Crazy just yet. And it seems like SKT is definitely respecting, you know, BBQ coming in here, getting a bunch of kills, catching up. You do see the Blade of the Rune King is finished on Tempt right now. He really is the big carry and bus driver for BBQ at this moment in time.
Exactly. They have to acknowledge that at least BBQ has some power in them. They have given them 10 kills away, so if they mess up a fight, there is a potential that they even lose a Baron out of this because of the double blade, the isolated damage from BBQ. So SKT being a little bit more cautious now that the objectives on the map are much more valuable than what they were before.
Keep in mind that SKT is still a tower ahead, but the gold is relatively close. And finally, BBQ is going to pick up one of these dragons, denying SKT from having 3 Ocean Drakes. So they're beginning to get this ball rolling slowly, but it's rolling.
I think Huni can go for this 1v1 if Tempt was to face check him. There is no magic resist on him just yet. The base damage is on a Rumble. That's quite... Whoa! Straight into it.
Gonna lock up 2 members. I think the Chain of Corruption did miss, though. That is going to be Bang going down before this fight even really begins. Ghost in the back will be flash taunted, though. He does get taken out. Meanwhile, Huni going 1v5 will get taken out. That's going to be 2 members of SKT going down. Peanut does survive, so they still do have their smite, rather. And right now, Wolf on the run.
It's a great punish there from BBQ, knowing that Bang did not have flash. The previous pick from Totoro is able to capitalize once more, and from 1 kill turning into 2 more, and that's just, this is what you want to see out of BBQ, being proactive with the advantages that they get. You got to build on your advantages in order to keep getting more and more, but that advantage will not amount to a blue buff as Peanut sneaks in and smites it away.
So now we're in a point in the game where BBQ is definitely coming back in a big way. You were talking about how they do have this scaling comp. They have both Corki and the Varus, plus the Kha'Zix. And Sejuani, who's sitting at 2-0-6 with some pretty decent farm, not too far behind Tooney on the Rumble. So definitely will be quite tanky, even as the Iceborne Gauntlet, so a bit of damage built in there as well.
Exactly, the items are coming through for BBQ, and we'll take a look at the replay there. The Tempered Fate does hit 2 people, and this is pretty much just killed the Bang show, as without Ashe being there, the damage from SKT turns into mostly magical, as Rek'Sai isn't really your biggest DPS jungler currently. There's a reason why it took so long for her to be picked, and this probably will be the single-handed worst use of Herald.
I think it ran out of time. You know, it's only 4 minutes, right? Yeah. So Peanut can't hold it forever. I think he was just forced to place it out. Yeah, that will distract BBQ, and they are going for Baron now.
Corki's not here, though. He is in the lane, and Kha'Zix might be looking for a seal. They don't have vision with the control ward, but Tempered Fate goes through.
The taunt is going to miss. Can they convert from here? Baker extremely tanky. The Chain of Corruption will miss. Baker, he was really tanky, but
great
tanky,
stun.
Not enough. There is that taunt. Finally, the equalizer does come down. Arrow is going to go through the goalpost as it hits absolutely no on Totoro. Going really deep, looking for that stun. Bang in the back, extremely low. Is able to pick up the kill. Still on the run. He's going to hit the blasting plant, and he does survive. SKT turns this around in a huge way.
This team just cannot lose. How do they keep doing this? Just miracle after miracle. What seems like a fight that SKT surely would lose and maybe even throw a Baron at it, just out of nowhere, Bang shows up again, and SKT walk away victorious out of this fight. What the hell?
How did that happen? That was insane. Bang, he was 0-4, and maybe he's just getting angry. He's saying, okay, time to put the team on my back. Faker also survived for an incredibly long time.
Gets the Blast Cone out, trying to zone out Blast. There's still the threat of a Baron steal here. SKT not typically the team to risk the Baron Smite without any precautions. 3K down. There's a TP coming in from Crazy though.
Yeah, the pings are coming down. It seems like SKT is aware of this too. Will it still no is the answer. There's the taunt. Blessed will go down. And so Crazy from behind is being fighting with Huni right now. Peanut looks like he's all alone. Will try to engage here as that's his only option. The ultimate is going to come out here. Huni might get caught. Tries to turn it around, but does go down. Tempt, he once more. The Chain of Corruption does miss. There's Wolf going down. Tempt trying to go 1v2. There is the stun. Taker going to go in. Will take him out. Crazy extremely low as well. Bang is somehow still alive. Double kill going over to Faker.
And SKT feels a little sloppy here, going for that risky 50-50. After giving so many kills in this match, of getting a little bit careless or excited after that first game with the Lucian top, but their ability to just win these team fights is just ridiculous. Somehow they keep winning, they keep getting the objectives their way, and it just seems like they're on a hell-bent path to victory. They must have made some sort of deal with somebody, because this team just cannot lose.
Deal with the devil, perhaps, but I'm sure that after this game, you were talking about the sloppiness of it. I'm sure Koma's not going to be too happy after this one. You destroy BBQ in game number 1. You make them look like a challenger team, and then you come in here and you make it a close game. You give away so many kills, you allow them a chance to come back in. SKT is still winning, yes, but BBQ is actually keeping up with them in a way.
But SKT is the expert at that magic trick of deception in making it seem like you have a chance, making it seem like, oh yeah, maybe they're getting sloppy and maybe they're actually giving us a window to come back. But just like that, the Gold League goes from even to 4,000, and now they're just starting to make the most out of this Baron. They're going to go into that 4-1 split right now with Rumble having teleport, with the Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, and that Mountain Dragon does matter, so it looks like they are going to be going for that fight in a very short while.
Here we go again. Peanut in a bit of a dangerous situation. Will be blocking up, and there's the stun onto Tempt. Equalizer will come in. So much damage. Grouping up against Rumble. Never what you want to do. It looks like Crazy will meet his maker up here. Faker on the chase. Ghost is going to go down, and that is 2 members of BBQ that will die. And they could go for the Mountain Drake. It looks like they have their eyes set on some other objectives.
And BBQ feels confident in taking a fight after this Mongol of SKT because of their success in that previous fight. But their Baron was on SKT the entire time, so that did make the fight a little bit easier for BBQ. So they get a little bit overconfident, and as a result, they lose the fight so hard. They have to consider that Baron was also now buffing SKT. So difficult fight for BBQ to take, and as a result, not only do they give up 2 kills, but that's going to be the inhibitor without any stalling out, and so the Baron power play being that much more effective.
Yeah, the only thing that BBQ could really do is stop Huni's push in the bot lane, and even then the tower did take a little bit of damage. And Huni's just waiting here still. Okay, just going to poke Bless a bit, say, hey, this is our blue buff.
It's like, hey, you wanted this? No.
Let me fry you up.
And yeah, this chicken's extra crispy tonight because whew, we'll take another look at the replay here. Varus and Sejuani going on to Gallia right now, and even though the chains do hit, there is no follow-up right away, but the equalizer, really the story of this fight. A 5-man equalizer. You really can't ask for a better ultimate than that, and as a result, the fight is won with flying colors.
Faker with the flash on, and he really wanted that kill, making sure he could secure some objectives without Ghost in the mix, who could wave clear pretty reliably for his team. And so that's going to be the Mountain Drake as well. That'll be 3 Elemental Drakes going over to SKT. Next one will be that Elder Drake. 4,200 gold is the difference.
Is it? It's 7,000. Oh, the Baron power play. Yeah.
You're looking at the wrong monitor. It's okay. We've all been there.
The perks of double monitors.
I remember when I got my second monitor. was a pretty nice day. Could watch a stream and play a game at the same time.
You could do multiple things at the same time, which does add spice to your life.
Very true. Oh, nice Temper Fate here is going to catch Bang.
But Faker body blocks.
Yeah, nicely done. Stun won't connect either. Arrow is thrown out, and it does hit Ghost, but there's no follow-up as SKT was just trying to disengage. And it makes sense. They just want the turret.
The Rumble is here already. The teleport from Crazy did get used, so SKT have a tremendous numbers advantage here. And this is surely going to be the end of the game at this point. Whoa!
Really nicely done. Just following up, Ghost a little bit too far ahead. Equalizer really on point, and there's a reason why they were comfortable giving Huni Rumble and letting Peanut just play on the Rek'Sai. Say, okay, you can ban out eight different jungles. It doesn't matter. Huni has this Rumble, and he's really performing ever since the beginning of the game.
This is the kind of match that is so one-sided that it really doesn't matter what the picks were. That if you're a foreign team, don't look into this as an example for what to pick. This is SKT just obliterating BBQ, and now the Nexus is under fire. Will they be able to defend this, though? Do they want to defend this? Do they want to stay in here?
They're locked into this jail with SKT.
Maybe we don't want to defend.
Well, they're going to make the KDAs a little bit better as SKT takes 2-0 victory over BBQ. Kind of what we expected. BBQ trying to make it interesting. I think SKT just wanted to make Game 2 a little bit better for the fans. And guys, I think you can definitely say that you should go ahead and lower your cocks because BBQ with a 0-2 score here up against SKT. Ugh.
Another day.
Me and Crumbs, we're going to go to BBQ Chicken tonight. We'll pay him back.
We'll acknowledge their efforts, but SKT coming back, the team that we thought, oh, maybe they're going to struggle for more than week 1, and nope. Week 2, they're right back into it, and BBQ just not really sure what happened. Completely stunned after that game. Back to the drawing board on this one, boys.
Yeah, definitely a rough game there, especially where if you just look at the scoreboard as your BBQ, you know, obviously we have all the numbers in front of us, all that good stuff. But for them, they're like, okay, we have Tempt, one of our big carries, our mid laner. He's 6-0-2. Can he carry us? No. How bad is that gotta feel?
You feel so helpless when you're given such an advantage, but you just know that the game is not played around kills, and SKT make it so obvious that kills is not the way to win these games. They did it in MSI when Faker single-handedly carried a game 0-0-0. And now this time, you see them just give up kills left, right, and center, but as long as the objectives are the focus, as long as they understand how to utilize pressure correctly, which they do better than anybody else in the world, they'll come out ahead no matter what seemingly sloppy mistakes they make.
So who are you going to give the MVP for that game to? Because I feel like, I don't know, Wolf got MVP for game 1.
Oh, Bang gets it for me. That fight around Baron really solidified it. Definitely not Faker for me, though.
He did a good job escaping a lot of times.
He was having
pretty
fun.
Cool.
He was having fun, but to me, it was definitely Bang.
They're like, okay, that's it. That's it for the replays. You guys just get to see Faker's cool escape. You were down playing Faker, so they were like, what about this cool escape? That's it. That's all you get to see.
Well, I can't do that, so I thought he was dead at that point.
I really hope we get to see the replay of Bang's. Okay. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the results. Looks closer probably than it was. As you said a bunch of times, Crumbs. SKT, they were just making it fun. Still a pretty short game.
You got to keep yourself entertained. After all, this is entertainment, so making sure that we are staying true to that label.
Yeah. If it's not Bang that gets the MVP, obviously it has to be Huni. Going 2-0 to start off the game. Fantastic teleport early game to pick that off, and then equalizers were always on point. Most damage in the game. Definitely another a potential MVP for game number 2.
You're right, it could be Huni as well. I did forget about him too. I was mostly just really looking at that one fight that really felt like SKT was dropping the ball with that 5-man equalizer.
That was a crazy
definitely
fight.
MVP worthy on that one. So I'm with you on that one. As far as I'm concerned, it could definitely be Huni, and I would be quite content with it.
Yeah, we are going to get a look at that here in just a minute, guys. See who was the MVP for game number 2. Again, as we do it over here, we don't always interview just the MVPs. We do just interview a person of interest from the teams, whoever production decides is the most interesting to talk to. As it's not our decision, guys.
We want to talk to Faker.
Just always talk to Faker. Imagine if we just got the poll Twitch chat every time and it was like, just talk to Faker every single day. I don't know. SKT's got a lot of interesting players, but here we go, guys, with the MVP reveal. Let's see who it is going to be for game number 2. And it will be Faker on the Galio.
All right.
I mean, he did have high kill contribution, but
He played well.
I'd have
He
to give
played
this
well.
one to Huni.
Yeah.
The Valdez MVP goes to Huni.
The Valdez MVP. There you have it. The VMVP, the very MVP.
Yeah, there you go. Well, either way, guys, we're going to throw it over to the translation with a surprise member from SKT.
Hi, you're back with the translator and with Wolf for the interview. So you've always said that getting an MVP point is so exciting, so are you excited right now? And he says definitely yes. And to win today's match, well, since the last match, well, we're in kind of like jet lag or something, but we're getting better and better, and we're getting more practice. So yeah, they're hoping to get better soon. So from losing the last Samsung match, so what was the main point to get improved? Yeah, mostly we didn't do a lot of scrims after coming back to Korea, so there are kind of like problems of getting to know the match. And there are so many patches while they're in the MSI, so they have to get used to it. So people say that there's actually no need to worry about SK Telecom, so what makes you so confident? So to tell you the truth, we are the team with the most wins, and we are always so hardworking, so that makes us so confident, and there's no need for our fans to worry about us. So are you aiming to get the season title? And definitely we're also trying our best to get summer season title. And we want to like direct wins to the Worlds because they need some rest. So unlike last summer season, they want to get directly to the Worlds. And as we did all the time, as a pro gamer, he thinks that a player has to win every time, so they're working so hard. So last message for your fans. Well, Sport TV Stadium he thinks it will be far for the fans to visit, but the weather is kind of like cloudy and then getting bright, so he wants all the fans to get home safely. And thank you for always giving support and love. This is the end of the interview. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, guys. Wolf always very well spoken as I was listening to that translation out here. But cool that we got to hear from Wolf. He definitely is kind of marketing himself recently as the best support in the world and saying, hey, pay attention to me. I know my team is filled with superstars, but I'm also a superstar. And I think we definitely deserve to hear from him from time to time.
In the previous years, the case for him being the best support in the world was dubious, to say the least.
Yeah.
But last split, he definitely has earned that title. I can agree with that completely. He has been really showing up where SKT might have been faltering. He really seems to have become a rock for his team. And you hear him and Bang, they don't even need to do OQ anymore. Their synergy is apparently so on point that it's like, well, why do we need to do it? We already know ourselves in and out. No need to further practice. Maybe with new champions and combinations, but to develop that communication and synergy, they've already apparently reached the pinnacle of teamwork, which is impressive, to say the least.
The pinnacle of esports.
The Mount
yes,
Everest.
Very nicely done. And I mean, the surprising things from the, I mean, we're only a couple of games in for every team now, but Longju at the top at 2-0 is pretty big. Samsung doing better than ever. Ever8 also at a 1-1 score here, doing quite well.
Yeah, the teams that are really at the top that you mentioned are the ones that are really excited to look for, and the bottom ones, ooh, BBQ and Rocks need to reevaluate what they're going into these matches, even though they have had tough matches. Not giving us too much to be excited about, unfortunately.
I feel like they're the teams that they kind of stayed the same from spring, but they've almost decayed a little bit in their play. They haven't really caught up with the patches. They're not bringing anything new to the table. The other teams, they've got either new players or they're really pulling things together. You know, MVP is another one of these teams where I'm like, oh, they kind of look like spring, but just not quite as good, but they're kind of sticking together so far. They were able to take the win, but... Or no, actually they got wrecked.
They took the win against Jin Air.
Yeah, that's true. Against Ever8, also getting 0-2'd. So some teams really showing up big. Very excited to see Longju play again.
Absolutely,
I think that's on Wednesday. If
Yes,
I remember
I'm not
correctly.
mistaken, but BDD,
Yeah.
that is one exciting player. We finally get to see him mature into what he was hyped to be.
Finally, he's here in a big way, guys.
He's ripening. The ripening.
He's ripe for the picking.
That's what we'll call it, the ripening.
Yeah, Longju, they picked him up. Well, they had him for a long time, and then they had to send Fly away, and then finally now we'll bring you in. But either way, guys, that's going to do it for our broadcast. I hope you did enjoy it. As always, we will be here once again on Tuesday, but until then, we'll see you next time.
Pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder.